Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we have, a lot of information that we're going to be sharing today. That's going to be very insightful. Uh, One of those is I spent some time in Brentwood, California, over the a couple days ago, and I got shown around by some people that are in the know of secret events that have gone on there for quite some time. And they have rubbed shoulders with Hollywood elite. They have lived in Brentwood. They know a lot of stuff. They showed us around, Tracy and I. So we have a little bit of, information, some pictures. No people that are in the pictures, but we have some pictures. There's a lot of things that are very mysterious about our government and the control system that the government uses. I was in the CIA for a very long time. I've seen behind the scenes of a lot of these things, the manipulations that go on, the lies, misinformation that comes through this corrupt and evil part of our government. Pretty much our government needs to be cleaned. It needs to be completely cleaned, and we need to start all over. Pretty much everything. So we're going to continue to share that information as we see that it's time for it to be leaked out there, and this will be the start of some of that. Now, let's start from like 12,000 years ago. Right? So the La Brea tar pits. Now the story is we have saber-toothed tigers who saber-toothed tigers are magnificent, or were magnificent animals. Woolly mammoth were, I mean, if you look at our elephants today, the woolly mammoth makes them look like little children, and the saber-toothed tiger makes our tigers or lions or whatever look like little punks. And so the story is, in these La Brea tar pits in Brentwood, that we have, this story that they were just kind of like hanging out and got close to the tar pits and got stuck, and that's where we find them, of hundreds of thousands of them, right, in these tar pits. No, basically what happened, there was a cataclysmic event about 12,500 years ago. This was during the fall of Atlantis, when the evil ones basically tried to destroy our world, because they're going to destroy it if they can't control it. So they were in the process of destroying the world, and it basically caused tsunamis and all kind of crazy stuff all over the world. And so these woolly mammoths and so forth were basically slammed into these tar pits by the hundreds of thousands. We see them in valleys where they're like just stuck into these valleys by same thing, hundreds of thousands. They have huge amounts of skeletons. In Russia, where they were eating woolly mammoths, were eating. I think they're called buttercups, flowering little things, whatever, and they had them in their fresh in their stomachs after they thawed. After 11, 12,000 years, they started that area of Siberia where they were found. They were able to actually cut the meat because it was flash frozen. Imagine, flash frozen. Their bones, and again, these were the biggest elephants in history that we know of, and their bones, their legs, and so forth were snapped. And so a tsunami, something, they call it something because they don't want to admit, had caused them in massive numbers to be hammered and then flash frozen. So they're discovering all this stuff. So the lies and manipulation is prevalent in everything, and in Brentwood especially. All right. Now I have the title here, Brentwood, Cali, where rich and famous are killed by CIA henchmen and occult sacrifice. Iran strike is coming up. We're going to talk about that. I may have to take the CIA thing out because usually I get restricted if I do that, but we'll see. we'll see how it works out this time. So I'll just leave it there and see if they restrict me or whatever. So if they do, then I'll change that. But you will hear about how this is going on. All right. So I'm not going to have any sound on the videos. We're just going to focus on the information today. So amateurs basically were coming in and digging fossils out of these tar pits, and there's many of them, I guess. And basically, this one family that owned the land basically gave exclusive rights to excavate the fossils for 2 years, and they were with the thing they were going to share them. So thousands and thousands of fossils were found, and this is in, like I want to say, make a point here. You see this, they have the statues there of the woolly mammoths. They're stuck. They just wandered into the tar pits and they got stuck, and then they floated down to the bottom, and that's where they found their skeletal remains. So ridiculous, right? So ridiculous. When you hear, the real story, like I just shared with you, you're like, what the F? Stop your lies. Stop your friggin' lies. All right. But these lies are going to continue until we expose them. So that is one of the things that, the educational system, more and more people are taking their children out of the educational system because it's just spreads lies, right? Makes everybody dumb that goes through the educational system. I would say that I'm mostly self-taught because I learned that, I remember being in school and classes and so forth, and the information that was in the books, I was like, this seems kind of lame. So I did my own studies. I was a bookworm, still am, I guess, to a certain extent. And I would go to the library and do research. That was way before the internet, of course. And I would find out all this information. Then I would bring it back to the class. And I almost was like teaching classes, right? And everybody was like dumbfounded with all the information that I found on a lot of the stuff. So the information that's out there is manipulated, guys. And there's been many people that said that most books, almost all books that are out there right now, are mostly manipulated and full of lies. So now let's get into the rich and famous. So Marilyn Monroe, we went and saw Marilyn Monroe's, I won't say grave site. She's like in a like one of those tomb type things, right next to who's the guy that was Playboy Mansion guy? What was his name? Hugh Hefner. So Hugh Hefner basically bought her or bought two sites there, Wilshire Boulevard, Wilshire, Westwood, or whatever the name of this one little grave site place is, and it's like nestled in Brentwood. You would never find it if you didn't know, or if you didn't have contacts like we did that would take you there. Beautiful place. And so I was kind of surprised that I think it was 1929 or something like that, 1926. Both Hugh Hefner and Marilyn Monroe were born on the same year. I don't know about the exact dates, but of course Marilyn Monroe died before him, was murdered before him actually, and that's where we find things. All right, so who murdered her? A couple guys to the airport that flew out and did the hit on Marilyn because she was monarch butterfly, right? So she was used as, someone that would and I guess they found her in one of those children's homes or whatever, and they developed her. They found that she was beautiful as a young girl, and also very smart, and they traumatized her. So all the MK Ultra and all of the monarch butterfly women, like we've had many of them on. Kathy O'Brien has talked about this. They traumatize children that are extremely gifted, and we've had some other people on just recently that have talked about this. They're traumatized so that they are even more intelligent because it kind of focuses them. And so there's some kind of skill that they have to do this, and this is part of their organization. They hunt children, they hunt people, they come in families, family members. They, just like Kathy O'Brien talked about, there's family members, and then the CIA finds out about them, and they're like, okay, we want that child, and we'll pay you, and you'll get good things and be very wealthy and so forth. And that's what happens to a lot of these. Of course, Marilyn Monroe had fame and fortune, so forth. Now, we went to this one place called Ches J, and I have a picture of it here in a second. I'll show you. We ate there. Very good food. It's been there since 1959. Became a famous celebrity hideaway, known for its strict no photography policy and sand-covered floors with free peanuts. So the free peanuts, you'd eat peanuts and you just drop them on the floor, and people will walk and crush them. I guess that's where it used to be. That's the way it used to be. There's one photo where there's an elephant in the bar, and there's these sexy, gorgeous women that are at the bar, and this elephant's there, and they're in bikinis, and the elephant's there at the bar getting the peanuts. So kind of funny. But this was where Marilyn Monroe and the Rat Pack used to hang out, and we went in and took pictures of the famous table where they used to hang out. Marilyn Monroe and the Rat Pack, including Frank Sinatra. Now, Frank Sinatra, and I asked one of the gentlemen that I was being shown around, has good insights because used to hang out with a lot of these people. And I'm not going to name names, but because that would kind of narrow him down. But I mentioned to him that Frank Sinatra was Marilyn Monroe's pimp, and he was like, yes. And he was like, it was like somebody knew, like he had found out, so it's kind of cool. So we've disclosed that. We've talked about that. Marilyn Monroe was pimped out to a lot of the presidents, JFK and Robert Kennedy and so forth. And, that was her death, because she now got the impression that Jackie was going to go away and she was going to be the JFK's wife and in the White House. And I don't know what came over her, but I guess they're like, no, Marilyn, you can't do that. And I guess she insisted, so they did away with her. That's my understanding. So I don't know. Maybe it's off a little bit, but anyway, other legendary stories. Astronaut Alan Shepard used to hang out there as well. Took one of Ches J's peanuts to the moon on Apollo 14. The astronaut is still kept in the owner's safe. Pentagon Papers, it is allegedly the site, and this was a place where a lot of people came, goes right behind Ches J is the Rand Corporation. We'll talk about that in a second. So Pentagon Papers, allegedly where portions of the Pentagon Papers were handed over to the New York Times reporter. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck reportedly worked on the script for Good Will Hunting there. So a lot of history at Ches J. It is it's labeled as a national landmark, I think back in 2016 or something like that. So very, very interesting. Okay, this is a picture. We were there just a couple days ago, and we took this picture. This is the outside, Ches J. All right. Really cool place. So if you're ever in Santa Monica, highly recommend you go check out Ches J and have a little. I had a Santa Monica blonde ale, of course. Right. So very, very good place to hang out and see a little history and so forth. Now the Rand Corporation, which is literally right behind Ches J. Imagine that. Probably, like we've talked about, a lot of things happen there. So this is a picture of the Rand Corporation from the street. They had a lot of land there. They gave a little bit of it away to a park, and there's a park right next to the Rand Corporation. So the Rand is a nonprofit global policy think tank, research institute, and public sector consulting firm. Cold War space race, U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, U.S.-Soviet nuclear arms confrontation, Great Society, social welfare programs, natural health care, So a lot of things been put together in this place, and of course, with that kind of people involved in it. Of course, the CIA is my I don't know for sure because when I worked in the CIA, I chased terrorists, but I know the CIA is involved in a lot of stuff. So we know that the CIA, tries to direct a lot of countries. I can tell you that from my experience. And they do the same thing in the United States. How about that? So not only do they do other countries, but also the United States. So now, the reason why we know, of course, the CIA is involved in Brentwood is because of Marilyn Monroe. So this is Marilyn Monroe's house. All right. So there's a wall here. They walled it up. You can't really see much of the place anymore. Uh, Looks very nice. Now I want you to look at this. So it's going to go. There's the gate, rear gate. Brentwood is absolutely incredible. One of the most beautiful cities I've seen. Very rich and famous people. So right there, see that window right there, and I might have. It's not letting me zoom in, but anyway, right back here, there was a grandma that was with her children, I guess, and so she's staying there. And she commented that there were limos coming and going, coming and going, coming and going, coming and going all night long. So what were they trying to do? Were they trying to talk Marilyn out of her insistence of being the next uh, wife of JFK? I don't know. But regardless, she was found gravesite, very beautiful area. And the energy there is really nice. The energy there at her home is really nice. So whatever they did, in a negative way, it's pretty much it's done. All right, she's good to go. She's moved on. My wife Tracy's she taps into this kind of stuff pretty good, and so she's talked about this for a long time. She believes that there was some kind of poison that was inserted in her eye. So she did kind of like me. She remote views in her own way, and her eye actually got red. It's kind of like a yes, you're on the right track. So there's she died of a supposedly there's if they want in some ways she was still happy, I guess, but there's probably a lot of problems that she experienced. So anyway, trauma has a way of fracturing the mind and compartmentalizing it and so forth, and that seems to be what happened with her, and what seems to happen to a lot of people that are in the monarch butterfly program, and that program still goes on. All right, so the CIA does not stop, all right, until they're stopped completely. So this is a long term. Tom Brady's wife is a man. Right? Just throw stuff out there. All right, good. So we got a lively little OJ lived in Brentwood. So we're gonna get to that, of course. So a lot of Brentwood stuff, guys. A lot of Brentwood stuff. Of course, we start with the La Brea Tar Pits lies, and then we move on to the Maryland lies, and of course, the one that I just was turned on to. We're going to get to that in a second, but you guys might remember just recently, director Rob Reiner and his wife, I believe, they were ritually sacrificed, and why? Why were they sacrificed? What was that all about? Right. So let's kind of look at. I could probably go down that rabbit hole and find out a lot of stuff, but anyway, their son supposedly, I saw the convenience store, right down from where they lived. He walked down to that convenience store. I saw that convenience store. And again, Brentwood is very exclusive. Almost all the homes are walled, right? And it's wow, imagine that. And so to keep out the riffraff, the rich and the famous, they talk about how we should have open borders, no walls, but in their homes they're walled, right? So their location was, and supposedly he had learned some knifing skills from some of the from the SEALs that he was training with. So all these things leaked out. Of course, that SEAL series was that he was starring in never was released. All right, good thing. All right, don't want to make the SEAL community look so bad. All right, so evidence, blood, hair, go. So he was either very, very sloppy and murdering, or it was planted, which I believe. All right. So, who really? That Andrew Breitbart, before his death in March 2012, he was a conservative media figure. Andrew Breitbart promised to release videos and information to vet President Barack Obama ahead of the 2012 election, aiming to highlight radical associations from his college days. So we've kind of, figured that out over time that, he and Michael, not Michelle, but Michael, had dealings. He never went to college. There's no record of him. There's people that were in those classes that supposedly he went to, and they don't have any memory of him being in these classes. And this is pretty much a CIA, hangout too. So lots of CIA connections here, of course. So he was selected to be in that spot, and they manipulated a lot of stuff through him. Another attempt to basically destroy America through the Obama, administration, and of course Trump came in eventually and turned that around. So that was a good thing. Hillary was supposed to continue the destruction of America, but she lost out. She promised that she would never run for office again. Of course, Hillary promised well before that. There's a lot of things that Hillary's been involved in, and she kept promising that she was not going to run for office anymore. And there's a lot of Democrats like to do that. They'll tell us that, okay, I I'm I'm all in this fraud stuff, and I'm just to make it right. I'm not going to, do any more office stuff. I'm not gonna run for office anymore. So you guys aren't going to see me anymore. So that's how I atone for all of my criminal activity. All right. So Tim Walz is doing the same thing. Tim Walz is saying that he's not going to run for office anymore either. But if he's given a spot as a senator, he would take it. Right. So he came into a state that was all red. And just like this blue city thing keeps putting these Democrats into selected office spaces, and the regular Republicans, conservatives that are in these states are like, what the heck is going on in our state? All right, so it's like California is a red state, and they have blue cities that basically keep selecting, not electing, but selecting, very, very evil people that run the states and destroy their states. So Breitbart claimed to have footage showing Obama's connections to radical figures intended to portray him as a far-left ideologue. The content, the material, later highlighted by Breitbart.com editors. I think they didn't put it all out there, although they say they did, of course. What they say and what they do is completely opposite, just kind of like the La Brea tar pits. It's a lie that the animals got trapped in the tar because they just wandered too close. All right. By the hundreds of thousands. All right. Just wander too close. They're stupid animals. So Breitbart collapsed in Brentwood. He was out for a late night stroll, probably out to for a late night meeting. Somebody told him they're going to drop off some information to him. Maybe he's one of his contacts. Maybe that got hijacked, and somebody came and killed him first while taking a late night walk on a sidewalk in his Brentwood CIA-controlled neighborhood. He had heart failure. Right. So final resting place is buried Hillside Memorial Park Cemetery in Culver City, California. So Breitbart continues, but of course Breitbart does not go. They know how to be conservative with their information. Right? They were never like Andrew. Andrew was a firecracker. He was releasing all kind of great stuff, and that's what made Breitbart famous. So it's still a good place to get information, but nothing on the level of what he had. Now, that's my stuff on Brentwood. All right, Brentwood. I could go into so many different directions, but do your own, um, you know, critical thinking and research, and you're going to find that Brentwood is a baddie land for CIA, and a lot of rich and famous live there. They think they're protected, and some of them probably are. And it is a beautiful, great neighborhood. If you're just just an average rich person with a lot of money, and you want to go there and hang out, and just be careful who you hang with. All right. So, uh, but yeah, absolutely beautiful area, and with a history of you know criminal activity that goes on there. Right. So, on us, it's like those rich and famous areas. That's where the CIA does really well, I guess. I don't know. So I did a video earlier on crypto, and it's done really well. Now, I talked about how crypto is probably going to take a big hit. It's probably going to go down quite a bit, and a lot of people have viewed that. Now, for me, I am a trader, which means I move in and out of profitable things. I have very good observation skills after my time in the CIA and uh, SEAL teams at a very highest level. Very good observation intuition that came out of those observation skills, I guess, and of course my Archangel Micro experience took it another level again. But the ability to see things that are coming for the future and to see through all the bullshit like the La Brea tar pits and the Brentwood fiascos that are going on nonstop. You start to understand that there's manipulations out there, and you can work around them, stay profitable, so that you can use that, because they want to destroy all of us. They want us to die poor. It's Squid Games. You guys ever see Squid Games? Where they had the elite, they're like betting on who's going to make it, and all these people were dying. That's kind of what they do with us, I believe, on a massive scale. And that show was pretty much a reveal. Yes, I believe we live forever going forward, but not right now, right? And maybe in the future, when they're not able to kill us off in lots of different ways, there's going to be some long lifespans I think in the short time frame coming up. But we're going to have to get through some serious problems, and that's where I come in. So sharing and revealing, and taking down the system that's here to destroy us. So crypto, potentially now, like I said, I'm I hold like silver. I'm an investor, long-term investor in silver, but I'm also a trader. So I look at with my good observation skills of how crypto goes up and down over time. So we're getting ready to go into a crypto winter. So crypto is going to go down. Now, if you're a long-term crypto holder and you buy on the dips, that's fine, right? Just like I've done with silver, and I bought just on this recent silver dip. We're going to see now you can move in and you can move out of these different things. So I moved into crypto when it's time for crypto to go up, and then I move out when crypto, does its big moves. It'll do its big moves, and then you take those profits and you put it in something else. So that's trading. All right. So some of you are saying you're not going to get out of your XRP, even though it's going to go really low, right? And crypto is going to go really low. Bitcoin, all the crypto is going to go low. Some of them will disappear in the coming months and year plus until the next halving. All right. So the stock market, probably is going to go lower. I don't know if it will be soon or whether it's going to get a pretty significant pullback. I said if the Fed didn't cut rates, it would probably pull back, and it is pulling back. All right, so we'll probably see the stock market, because it doesn't have its crack, toilet paper money. So it doesn't have a lot of free crack toilet paper money. So it basically goes up when there's a lot of crack money, and it goes down when it gets restricted. So we're seeing from the Fed, Jerome Powell should have cut rates. I was like, he'll cut rates, but he didn't. And I said, if he doesn't cut rates, which I guess they're playing games, he should have cut rates, but he didn't. So they want the stock market to crash, I think. All right, so just be heads up. Now we'll probably see a lot of stuff go down. Crypto is going to go down, and it basically did a head and shoulders. So pretty much all crypto is at a head and shoulders pattern. Head and shoulders top. You look at the neckline from the top of the head to the neckline. That's the number that it's going to go down. So Bitcoin should go down about 35,000 from where it's at right now, right? And then probably back down to 50, which has surprised me. But when you look at the head and throat of the of XRP, it looks like it's going back down to 50, which, like I said, is very surprising. And it could go lower. It could go down to 40 cents. So just be heads up. If you're in it, if you get spooked, if you're in it for long term, why not buy more when it dips, and then wait for it to come back in a year and a half, 2 years, whatever. And you'll come back with more. And if you're in it for short term, you're expecting to like get rich and famous and move to Brentwood, probably not going to happen to you this time. And if you sell, it's definitely not going to happen to you, and you're probably going to take a loss, which 90% or more of people, that's the way it works out for them. So I'm trying to give you a heads up if you're one of those people that is in it for short-term profits, and you haven't that hasn't been revealed to you yet, and you're thinking it's going to go up. Right. So, but again, there's many ways to invest, trading, investing. So if you're investing, good for you. If you're trading, you should have been out by now. And if you're not, you're going to get spanked, right? For the elite, which are going to just take your profits and go, ha, ha, ha. Then if you haven't gotten out yet and you're still in the profits, you might want to think about it. So, and I'm not a professional, although I do really, really well. All right. So, anyway, so that's it for crypto. That's all I'm going to share. I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but I just wanted to basically talk about how you can, because I saw a lot of comments. People were like, "I'm holding. You're not going to get me out of silver. You're not going to get me out of crypto," and that's fine. That's fine. If you're a long-term investor, good for you. All right. Buy the dips. Keep buying the dips, and you're going to do well. But if you're a short-term trader, you're going to get crushed if you haven't already. Melania humiliates media, because I just looked at some of the media out there, and they're saying I was a flop. Bullshit. All right. Audiences rave for Melania with 98% Rotten Tomatoes rating, while bitter critics cry and try to destroy it. All right, so exceeds expectations with best documentary box office opening in decade. All right, so I'm looking forward to going and seeing Melania. She is an amazing woman, married to an amazing man. So I'm going to support and have a good time watching Melania humiliate the media, which is constantly try to humiliate her. All right, so Wall Street is, like I said, about to get spanked. It looks like, right? Holman debunks rumors Trump admin retreating on deportations. They're coming stronger and stronger into the cities. And of course, a lot of these cities are going to push back. In LA, unrest in Los Angeles as agitators ignore calls for peaceful protest. and Minnesota Department DOC head, sheriffs have hard time working with DHS because they won't get judicial orders. All right. So Trump has said that they are no longer going to work with Democrat cities. Before they were, and they were just getting, stonewalled and pushed and so forth. And now they're just going to go in and they're going to protect federal places, which the police showed up very, very late in Los Angeles while the federal building was being hammered. So now federal, maybe troops, or federal ICE, whatever, they're going to come in and they're going to hammer down. They're not going to play around because the police in a lot of these deep blue cities are basically wokesters, right? And they have woke sheriffs that are not constitutional and probably put in place by Soros funding. And so obviously we can't depend on them. So shit's still going to hit the fan, guys. We're going to see, many cities are going to get destroyed. I don't think there's any way around that. Minneapolis is slowly being destroyed, I believe. So LA, of course, has been a long-term destruction. If you look at any video, so I've seen videos lately of people that have gone around LA, tent cities everywhere, homeless, mile after mile after mile of tent, along the roadways and parks and everything. It is a total shithole in LA in a lot of places. So, and that's a Democrat. So they profit on a massive scale on the homeless. All right. So they get tens and tens of billions of dollars and they pocket it and they give them a little piece of it. Now I was in just recently. I was at a very, very nice hotel, Ritz Carlton in Marina Del Rey. Beautiful, beautiful hotel. One street over, there were those motorhomes, those old beat up motorhomes that the homeless basically park along the streets. So just a street over from one of the most luxurious places in all of LA, and you have homeless in motorhomes. They can't move those motorhomes because the idiots that are Democrats have voted to basically allow them to stay on those streets because they're homeless, they're destitute. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So they're in these motorhomes, along these magnificent streets, and then you see, of course, they walk all over the place. So I saw them along the, where all the multi-million dollar boats are along the marina and stuff. There's beautiful walkways and stuff, and the homeless are walking all over there, and they're like, it's not good. All right. So these Democrat hellholes, man, it's pathetic. I would love to help those people, but the Democrats don't want that, obviously. If there was some way that I could do some kind of organization to help them, but they're going to just come in and undermine what you do, and that's probably what's been happening for a lot of people that have been trying to help these poor homeless people and drug addicted and so forth. So anyway, this is going to continue until we take the blue state Dems out of their positions of power. So Dem state Dems launching schemes to obstruct ICE and federal laws. Schumer shutdown 2.0. Senate caves to Democrat demands on ICE funding. So the shit show is going to continue as long as the Democrats are in there. And I don't give a crap about Democrats or Republicans, really. I think they're both corrupt as hell. We need to clean them all out. This 2 senators per state, screw that. 1 senator, you get to stay there for 6 years, then your ass is out of there, right? Same thing with these Democrat idiots. One congressman from each state, all right? Just one, not from every province. Jesus. Like California is they're the worst state in the whole country, and they have flooded Congress with idiots. So we have to get rid of this, guys. We have to do away with this extremely corrupt government that we have, and squeeze it down to a more manageable situation where we have people of merit that go into those positions. Ideally, they don't get paid, but if they need to be paid, they're come from grassroots or whatever, and They need a salary. Hook them up for like 4, 6 years, whatever, and then out of there. All right, next person of merit. All right, so there's plenty of people out there with merit, and there's plenty of people right now that are, you know, squeezing off the system, frauding the system. All of them are frauding the system. All of them, right? They're all rich as hell. They come in, they have like, $100,000 a name. They leave with like 30, 40, $50 million. It's bullshit. All right. So get these clowns out of there, cut down this bullshit government, and let's get some really good people. And there's obviously plenty of good people out there. We just need to get away from these the GOP and the Dem parties, which basically they decide who's going to be selected. People of merit don't work their way up. It's basically somebody that's going to be part of the uniparty and help destroy America, and then sponge off it while they're doing it. So yeah, cut them out. Yeah, 50 million salary for political people. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know where you get 59 million. Is that the total, or what the hell is that? Or somebody that's made that much while they're in there? There's plenty of people made a lot more than that. All right, so we're looking at Iran, probably Iran, however you want to pronounce it. Everybody pronounces it different. I guess Iranians, that's the way they pronounce it. So we have lots of ships there, and we have lots of aircraft, and there's lots of aircraft that are in the air. How about that? And the Iranians are shooting missiles into the air, practicing their missiles and trying to intimidate with their missiles. United States warned Iran on Saturday over its plans to conduct live fire drills close to U.S. forces in the region as partners sought to de-escalate rising tensions between the two nations. There's not going to be de-escalated. It's escalating to the point where we're going to basically take out that regime. The drills come as U.S. Navy ships arrive in the region by the lots, with President Donald Trump deploying what he called a massive armada, which he said earlier this week could act against Iran with speed and violence if necessary. So he said, I saw him in a post today where he talked about how their time is drawing near, where we have given them the option to do the right thing. Of course, they didn't do the right thing when we had to go in and bomb them for the nuclear, right? So, and he's like, he doesn't give him much hope, right? So sounds like we're getting close to go time, guys. It's got to be very, very close. Now, Saudi Arabia had said, like the last couple of days, that they were not going to allow U.S. forces to use Saudi Arabian airspace. I don't know if that's still the point, but the Saudi defense minister, Prince Khalid bin Salman, reportedly told U.S. officials in a private meeting in Washington on Friday. So it was a private meeting, secret meeting, but I guess it's being revealed on Friday that the Iranian regime would be emboldened should U.S. President Donald Trump refrain from ordering an attack on the Islamic Republic. At this point, in parentheses, if this doesn't happen, it will only embolden the regime, the defense minister was quoted as saying by Axios news site. While a source familiar with the meeting confirmed that to the Times of Israel that these comments were made, the source said they should be understood in the context of urging the U.S. to have a clear plan and objectives of what it wanted to achieve in Iran. So they're saying it's upwards of 30, I believe, but who knows? Maybe it is. All right, Mike Huckabee has said that Trump not making empty threats toward Iran. So as U.S. Ambassador to Israel, and he's saying that, hey, it's basically time to strike Iran, right? So I think it's game on. I think we could see it any moment. Of course, it seems like it's going to be any moment, and they want it to seem like it's going to be any moment. Same thing with Venezuela. You basically draw them out. They get all ready. This is perfect. This is perfect because you keep them like they've been for the last couple of weeks, thinking that the strikes are going to come anytime, and it wears them down. This is perfect planning. This is what we used to do all the time. And when I was in the CIA, and also when I was in the military, right? So I was kind of like in the military arm of the CIA, right? Taking out terrorists. So we would, put out information out there that if attacks were imminent. Of course, they did the same thing to us, but we were able to have Mike around, so there weren't any attacks. So now, JP Morgan closed 633 shorts at the exact bottom. JP Morgan, all right, the massive manipulator. JP Morgan, who basically took Tesla's information where he was going to have free energy and basically shut it down. Wardenclyffe in New York, where they built that tower, basically was going to beam out free electricity or free energy, not necessarily electricity. And JP Morgan's like, how am I going to make money off this? I funded you. I thought I was going to make money. So I got all these judges in my back pocket, and they're going to make you poor. And then we're going to steal all your information when you die. Right? So uncle basically got a lot of that information. So that's a good thing. All right. So JP Morgan, bad to the bone. JP Morgan Chase, bad to the bone. They manipulated the silver market down so they could take advantage. Now, I think that silver is going to bounce. It's still in a bull market, guys. So manipulation aside, there's going to be manipulations. We have never seen a price go down like that, I don't think, in history. So it's like a 10 omega. Like there's omega points, like 1 omega is like maybe it happens. 2 omega is like kind of like unusual. 3 omega is like rare. 4 omega is like, oh shit, that's really not. So all the way to 10 omega, right? So there's a lot of that happening right now in a lot of different places, a lot of different things. These, 6 and 10 omega events. So things are really getting funkified out there. You like that word, funkified? Right. Ukraine loses 5 F-16s in one day. Kind of like all those M1 Abrams tanks. I think they had 31 of them, and I think they're all gone. They might have one hiding in a warehouse somewhere in Kyiv or something, but that's probably the last one. The Russians hammered the hell out of those. But the F-16 is an old invention. It's been around a long time. So we didn't give them our good stuff, and because I guess we knew it wasn't going to last long in their hands. So here is Ukraine loses 5 F-16s in one day. Russian strikes turn the sky into hell. Right. So Russians are, just gobbling up Ukraine real estate left and right. Let's look at a little bit. This aircraft could have been either. So boom, there goes a missile. That's a drone, not a missile, but a drone going right in and taking out that aircraft. Now that aircraft looks a little shady to me, so maybe it was one that was in mothballs. But that is an F-16, and it is now whatever's left, whatever that was. If it was a dummy F-16, or if it was a real thing that's been mothballed or under repair or whatever, it's blown to pieces now, right? And so are 4 other ones. So 5 F-16s taken out in one day, right? So not going so good in there in this crazy land, Ukraine. Ukraine is getting absolutely hammered. Let's see if I can find a little outline of the country. All right. So this area right here is they're basically going to go up and hit this one city, Zaporizhia, that is right up north of this area that they're slowly, methodically taking down. You see these little yellow boxes? There's 2 lines of these. and they're basically were supposed to stop uh, Russians from going past this area. Of course, Russians are basically going around them, coming along the flanks and taking them down instead of going right up into them. But they're taking down these two massive lines of defense that Ukraine had to stop them from going to Zaporizhia. So Zaporizhia goes down, and basically it's all all ahead full to Odessa. So Odessa, like I predicted, will be going down. Now another thing that I predict is that there's going to be other large cities within Ukraine. Kharkiv, I believe, is like the second largest city after Kiev. I believe that's going to go down. And uh, as time goes on, as I'm seeing things, I think Russia is getting to the point where and this is Kupiansk. This has traded hands like 4 or 5 times or whatever, and it looks like Russia is really getting it under control better than ever before. So another major city. So major city after major city after major city, Russia's been taking them down. Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Odessa, I believe this year, and I even think that uh, Russia is going to go to Kiev finally and stop all this nonsense. They're gonna drive their forces into Kiev. At the start of this war back in 2022, they almost did that. They held off because things weren't quite going the way they anticipated. They thought that there would be a lot of support. I guess that was not the case, and so they had to build up their forces. They get pushed back quite a bit. Ukrainians, with the help of NATO and all of the incredible money that the Biden administration and all the military, all the what do you call it? The Humpty Dumpty, all the fell down, had a great fall, and all the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's Ukraine, right? So Ukraine threw everything at Russia. Russia withstood it and drove them back, and has been driving them back, and is gobbling up land like crazy. I think that Russia did not go into Kiev because they felt that it might really incite NATO and the United States. Now the United States, I think, is like they don't care, right? They don't care about NATO. Uh, they would like to be trading partners with Russia. All right, that's the way Trump is with everybody. You want to be trading partners with us? Stop fighting, and we can just be trading partners, and it'll make everybody happy. That's kind of Trump's game, which really is pretty simple, but effective. So I think eventually that's what's going to happen. But Russia has to make sure that it protects itself going forward, and I think that's what it's going to do. So I think this will be the year, because I saw that Kyiv would eventually fall to Russia, and that we would see. I saw Putin during Christmas time in Kyiv celebrating. So I don't know. Maybe this will be the year. They got a full year. The rate they're going, I think they're going to get it. Right. I think it's going to happen. So we'll see. We will see. So that's if you were brainwashed into believing that Ukraine was bad, I feel sorry for you. Right. So that's quite the opposite. All right. So multiple explosions are happening as I'm speaking in Iran right now. So I'm just seeing this new information. So it does appear that they're probably what's happening is on the ground. They're taking out maybe mobile air defense and so forth. Maybe some of the IRGC, headquarter type places in multiple cities, because this is happening in multiple cities right now. Major cities and smaller cities. So, United States warned Islamic Republic not to block the Strait of Hormuz, and Chinese warships arrive in Middle East as joint drill continues. Now, I just saw another headline just before the show where Putin was not backing Khomeini, right? He's like, "You're on your own, dude. Yeah, I got to deal with Trump, and you're not part of it." Right? So, Khomeini is going down. So there's a lot of different things that are out there right now. What could happen with this strike? So let's look at some of the headlines. Here we have what could happen if the U.S. strikes Iran. Here are 7 scenarios. Iran goes nuclear. Would they go nuclear? Do they have the nuclear capabilities? Maybe. I think they do, actually. Iran renews threat to strike Israel as U.S. attack fears grow. Now, there was a scenario, there was a timeline. I hope it does not come to fruition, but there was a timeline where I saw that Tel Aviv does get nuked, right? So I hope that's not happening. So Iran renews threat to strike Israel as U.S. fears grow. So there you go. UK backs American strikes on Iran to stop nuclear threat. So, the UK is like, go team, go, and they're not helping at all. Yeah, because they don't have anything left because they've given it all away to the Islamist. And so they're like, you guys just come on in and here we'll just feed you and make you the mayors and you can just take these cities and I know you'll do the right thing. And I don't think that's really working out so good for the people of the UK, right? The people that have for hundreds of generations that have like made England amazing. They're being basically pushed aside. So the Don Lemon case is already getting interesting. Lemon has decided to retain high-profile attorney Abe Lowell, who has represented a huge swath of political figures in times of crisis. So who is affording that for him? Does Don Lemon have a lot of money from CNN, which he hasn't worked for years now? I doubt it. I doubt it. Somebody's hooking that boy up, and probably told him, "Go raid this church because we hate Christians because we're Luciferians and you're part of our team." All right. So Don Lemon has lawyered up. He has retained Hunter Biden's attorney. So Hunter Biden used him. President Bill Clinton during the Monica Lewinsky scandal, which he got off. Of course, he got off, she got off, and everybody got off. All right. So, in one way or another. All right. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment, says Lowell, unprecedented attack. It's never happened before, ever. These lawyers, God. All right. The government argued. So, basically, what happened is he was arrested. Don Lemonade, and Lemon Squeeze. And so he goes in, and the judge, Judge Patricia Donahue, released Lemon from custody on his own recognizance. So, just go. All right. So the government argued that Lemon posed a threat based on his church storming behavior and requested that he remain in custody. She said, no, he can just go. And Donahue denied the federal government's petition to institute a $100,000 bond. So he just like got off, no bond, just, be out there. And if we call you, be on call. Right. And probably not even going to call him. Right. So as well as subsequent petition to restrict Lemon from traveling to Minnesota or New York. Lemon will make his next court appearance on February 9th. All right. So, Lemon. Tim Walz says he will never run for office again as Minnesota faces fraud probes and federal crackdown. I'm just going to go out this back door and all that fraud stuff. Don't worry about it because I'm not going to run anymore. So, you guys cool? All right. I'm out. See ya. All right. So, I have no political consideration and will never run for elected office again. Never again. Although he has said that if he's given a Senate seat, he would take it. Right? But he's never going to run again. That's different. Yeah. So if he's given a seat in Senate, that's different from running. So he's not going to run for office again. So kind of like what happened with Hillary Clinton. I remember her that frazzle dripping and adrenochrome and cannibal child cannibal girl. Hillary Clinton has stated multiple times that she will never run for president again. Never. In 2019, following her 2016 loss, she told News 12 in New York, where she was receiving from a witch's coven, an honorable witch. That's true. In New York, they have witches covens, and she was given an honorable, membership and high status in a witch's coven, and she went and accepted it. Right. So you were like, well, anybody could say that. No, she went in and took it because she's a witch. Hello. All right. 2022, in an interview with CBS News, she said she would never, said it again, never run for president. Now, I remember all way back, way back, when she was in the State Department, and all that trouble started happening when she was in the State Department. She was the head of the State Department, and she had that illegal email thingy in her home where she was, sending all kind of messages, secret messages to everybody. And the Clinton Foundation was making tens of millions of dollars as payoffs, and she was like, I'm never going to run again, all the way back then. So that I can't even find it. I remember where she said it all the way back then. I'm never going to run for office. Then she ran for president, right? And then after she failed at president, she's like constantly saying Donald Trump won because of the Russians, and Donald Trump won because of this, and Donald Trump's bad, and Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, and Donald. It's woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. That's the way the Democrats always do this. So she said, "We'll never run for president again," and stating it was out of the question for 2024. And then that was in 2022. And then 2024, despite some rumors, she continued to reiterate that she was not running for president until everybody forgets, and then she's going to run for office again. Right? That's the way the Democrats do it. Right? But is Hillary Clinton still alive? I don't know. There's rumors that she's gone. All right. So do I believe in those rumors? Maybe, baby. All right. So legendary actress dead at 71. So, you have to be very observant of a lot of these things. Now, you might remember this actress, Home Alone actress, and remember her son's name? Kevin. Remember Kevin? Kevin would sleep in while everybody else is packing and running out the door to go on a trip, and Kevin didn't make it over and over again. So she died yesterday. And what else happened yesterday? What else happened yesterday? Well, Donald Trump basically said that he wanted a guy named Kevin Warsh to be the new Fed pick. So that's his choice, Kevin Warsh. Kevin. And then Home Alone, Mama died at 71 on the same day. So you look at that and you're like, what? And remember, Trump was in Home Alone when he used to own the Plaza Hotel. And Kevin McAllister, or Macaulay Culkin, for real life, asked him for directions. And he's like, that way. Right? So Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, appearing for 7 seconds in the lobby of the Plaza Hotel, which he owned at the time, in 1992. And of course, he owns hardly anything anymore in New York. And I don't think he owns anything. Actually, I think it's all in trust, so nobody can touch it. The cameo in the scene, Kevin asks, "Excuse me, where's the lobby?" And Trump replies, "Down the hall and to the left," before walking away. All right, you guys remember that? I'm not going to show it because if I show it, they'll restrict me here on YouTube. So now, in 2019, the Canadian Broadcasting Company Corporation, CBC, cut the scene for television broadcast. So it's been a long time that the Canadians haven't liked Trump. All right. They really don't like him now that he says he's going to take Canada back. Right. He's not going to take it back. It's always been part of America, but he's basically just saying, you guys are going to give it back. All right. You guys stole it. You think it's yours, but it's ours. Right. And so that's kind of the way things are going to roll. And so they really don't like Trump now. It's not Trump. It's like, this is the way things are. He's just making it right. All right. And I know you Canadians love that because we love you. And we know that you're basically have a very, very evil government that's over you right now. So we're going to welcome you into the U.S. And if you decide to just be your own space, we'll support you, of course, with our military because I don't know, Ottawa may come in and say, well, we're going to just come in and hammer you with our military. Those in the military that will listen to us, and so we'll be like, no, 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 no. We'll destroy anyone of your corrupt military that decides to go in there and do anything. So I think that's what's coming. Favored trade status, border crossing, okay both ways, and all that kind of stuff. I think Alberta is going to be amazing. There's a place north, a city called Edmonton. I did a course up there. Chile, Northern Lights, beautiful lakes, beautiful country. The trees are stunted because it gets super cold up there, so don't grow very big. But it's very, very beautiful, very, very beautiful. Right. So I look forward to Alberta being part of the United States, in one capacity or another. All right. So Warsh's experience on the Fed board. So isn't that kind of suspect? Home Alone, lady dies on the day that he says Kevin Warsh, and Kevin McAllister, Kevin. Remember, she's screaming Kevin over and over again every show, every movie they had. And now she's bye-bye. And some of these similarities, sometimes you're like, oh, is Trump kind of like, telegraphing deep state, or is he basically in the face of the deep state? This is what Mike believes, right? Mike believes that President Trump likes to disinformation the deep state. So they're going to kind of focus on Kevin, while in the background there is, and maybe I shouldn't even say this, but anyway, I'm going to say it anyway, Judy Shelton. She's a prominent female economist and former Trump nominee to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors who advocates for a return to gold-backed monetary standard. So there was a rumor that she was going to be nominated, and gold and silver were kind of maintaining a decent level. And when he picked Kevin, then it crashed. All right. Crashed pretty hard, and then it bounced back a little bit. So, the way that Trump works is he disinforms so that the deep state doesn't get too full of themselves and try and take down the people that he's really wants to put in those positions. And who knows, maybe the last minute he goes, oh, yeah, actually, I just wanted Judy all along. Right? So, and we're going to do away with the Fed and the IRS, and we're just going to have Treasury is going to be gold-backed currency. It's going to be tied to crypto. XRP is going to transfer. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. So I think that's a plan at some point. We'll see. Now there is explosive sunspot growth activity coming, guys. Now we talked about this, and I'm very surprised that the last outburst from the sun didn't have major earthquake activity, because normally it does. But somehow, some way, the Earth shielded itself. How about that? Is there some good guys involved there? Possibly, because normally it would have just cranked through the Earth and just started making those La Brea tar pits filled back up again with all of those leftists. All right. They're, 10,000 years from now, they're going to find all these leftists in the La Brea tar pits from the tsunami that comes and pushes them in there. So they were like, "Who are these stupid people? These stupid animals. Look, they're stupid." They just like gathered around the tar pits and got trapped and got sucked down into it. Yeah. Look at all these hundreds of thousands of stupid people that uh, wandered and got stuck in the La Brea tar pits. That's the way they'll talk about it. Because no, they won't. Because we're not going to be stupid in the future, right? I thought that would be fun, though, right? Leftist, hundreds of thousands of leftists, millions of leftists that were demonstrating against ICE. All right. Biden judge crushes Minnesota's desperate bid to shield illegal aliens from justice. ICE's Metro surge marches forward. So I think that's awesome. A Biden judge. Cool. A Biden judge. So let's not pick sides here. Let's just do the right thing, right? Right. I don't give a crap if you're Democrat, Republican. Just do the right thing. Period. Right. No party bullshit. Although the Democrats suck bad, so they're the worst. But I think as we go forward, that Democrat Party, as I've said all along, is going to go bye bye. All right. So that's the future. Um, Democrat Party goes bye bye, and the rest of us, dance and have a good time, and we're very happy because things are moving in the right direction. All right. So it's been fun. It's been good, and maybe we should just hang out for just a little bit longer, but uh, maybe not. All right, because it's getting late. See, it's getting dark. I remember when it was like 4:30, 4:45, 5 o'clock. It would be dark, and now look at it, it's 5:22 here now, and it's still light out. So the days are getting longer, but I believe that we're going to get some more cold weather here. It's a snow megadon happening on the East Coast. There's already been snow flurries in Florida. I think that my old stomping ground is going to get some snow probably early tomorrow or tonight. All right, so that will be Gulf effect snow that's coming for Florida. It won't stick, but it will be flurries all the way down into the middle of Florida. So you guys know that I said that it would be cold, and a lot of you guys have seen my slowly but surely, slowly but surely. A lot of you guys are going and checking out my forecasts for the future. At first, I was like, no one cares, and now a lot of people have seen it. So it's kind of fun to see, what an intuitive sees for the future. Doesn't always, happen exactly, but uh, I'm I'm pretty close, and it's not me. I say I'm saying my God connection is pretty spot on. But there are some times where you get informed, and we, as a community, stop these certain things from happening. And the ones that we want to happen, we focus on them with our God consciousness, and we make it happen. And that's right, Kim in Wisconsin. That's why we buy silver, because silver is God's money. And silver, even though it was used to basically, take down uh, Yeshua, Ben Joseph, Jesus, for you guys that don't know who the heck that is. So, what was it, 30 pieces of silver? Um, Now we've turned that around, and it's going to be many pieces of silver that make you rich, right? And I think that's the way it's going to be. Um, it's pronounced Shay, Yeshewa. Okay, Yeshewa. All right. So the golden age with love and light. That's right. And I'm so harebrained, but where are your forecasts? There, it says forecast future. Look in my YouTube channel. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. The forecast will continue. Those are forecasts at the beginning of the year, but during the year, I constantly give more forecast and update you on a lot of things. There's a lot of things coming at us. So you guys need to be like crypto going bye bye for a little bit, not completely bye-bye, but, down and buying opportunity. Silver, you just had a buying opportunity again. We pointed this out many years ago when it crashed to 17. It's like, buy it, buy it, buy it. And so a lot of you guys did, and a lot of you guys are happy. You'll be happier in the future because silver and gold are in a massive bull market.
January 28th, 2026. Welcome to the Global Defense War Monthly Panel. I am John Michael Chambers. We will cover from a military perspective just what is going on behind the scenes, and I will set the stage for this panel right now before we bring the panel on. And this report is compliments of Guardian Daniel R. Operational Intel, COG, Continuity of Government active. President Trump commands military in control. This is not a drill. The United States is operating under continuity of government protocols. Donald J. Trump is the commander-in-chief. The illusion of democracy is collapsing. SCOTUS is powerless. DC is theater. The military is running the show, and it never stopped. While the world wants staged elections and fake inaugurations, COG, or continuity of government, protocols were activated. These Cold War era procedures were designed for nuclear scenarios, but they've been used now in silence to defend the republic from an internal enemy. President Trump never left. He never conceded. He never surrendered his command. Key facts they hid from you. 1. President Trump's executive orders remain in effect. Executive Order 13912, activating the Ready Reserve for Wartime Authority. Executive Order 13848, sanctions for foreign election interference. Executive Order 13818, blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption, neither revoked. Not under Biden, because Biden was never in charge. The military never transferred authority. The chain of command stayed intact under President Trump. We do recall that Mar-a-Lago became a no-fly zone. SCOTUS is out. Jurisdiction suspended. In a May 2025 dissent, Alito admitted, quote, "We lack jurisdiction." Translation, under continuity of government, SCOTUS is legally neutered. The courts cannot act under wartime continuity. They admitted their powerlessness. Washington, D.C. is a fortress, 25,000 plus troops deployed during the fake 2020 inauguration, fences, checkpoints, surveillance, all signs of perhaps martial law. We are witnessing a silent military occupation. Every agency, every delay, every cryptic executive order has been by design, not incompetence, strategic warfare. President Trump is back, never left, and nothing has changed. He resumed public leadership in 2025, but the classified wartime structures remained. He is now leading from two fronts: a public presidency to stabilize the population, and a military operation dismantling the global cabal and deep state apparatus. This is not politics, this is war. The media is feeding you illusions. The deep state is panicking, the courts are empty shells, but the military and the Constitution are fully engaged. The silent war is real, and the commander is active. President Trump didn't come back, he was always in control, and the world is about to learn what continuity of government really means. All right, now, due to scheduling conflicts, our good friend, retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi, will not be joining us in today's episode on the Global Defense War panel, but you can catch Ricardo and I every other Monday, this Monday coming, on Bosi Briefs, and he will return to this very panel in the February broadcast. But in his place, I'm honored and pleased to announce we have Sheila Holm joining the panel. Sheila is a deep state a researcher and a deep researcher, theologian, and Christian. She is a prolific author of 19 books, including An Eternal Plan and the book called For the Sake of America series. All right, Michael Jaco, retired veteran, Navy SEAL, dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. Constitution in high risk environments with a very popular podcast. We also have joining us, of course, retired Army Derek Johnson, expert on tabulating and covering Commander in Chief President Donald J. Trump's laws and orders and updates to the Law of War Manual, the PEDS, etc., and relating them to the current events as they unfold. Also joining us is Canadian military firefighter Brad Wozny. All right, let's bring the panel on. Welcome back. Good to see everyone. And welcome Sheila home to our military panel. While Sheila is not served in the military, those that know Sheila Home, she's cut from a very, very different cloth. And we're very honored to have Sheila here with this panel to give us her insights as well as our military friends. So I'm just going to jump right into it, folks. I've got several different things I'd like to talk about. There are so many things going on. If time allows, and I hadn't raised something that's really something you'd like to bring to the surface, just offer it up, please. We're going to begin with Minnesota. We see the chaos unfolding on the streets there. Do you see this spreading? Is the question. We're going to start with Michael Jaco. Do you see this spreading into more states? The chaos in Minnesota. Explore it
Yeah,
any way you can. Who's behind it? One moment, sir. And are you in favor of President Trump invoking the Insurrection Act? So let's go there, Michael. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I think that it's very possible that it's going to spread. All the other states are watching this. This is pretty much the tip of the iceberg of what's possibly coming. But Trump is handling it very well. They're finding out, who's doing the funding. That just came out with Kash Patel. He said we have the names. Oh, that's not good, because once you get the names, you get the funding. That will carry over into the potential of them doing this in other states, which many of us predicted that they would do. So that's for the deep state, using this in different places. So today we have Tom Homan moving in and taking charge and taking it to the next level. We just had another shooting. It remains to be seen, what that was. I think that they targeted that guy. I don't know if that was, an execution they did there, but that was kind of, the more I look at that, I'm like, they took the gun away from the guy and then they shot him. It's like, so it's what we're seeing from them. They have rules of engagement. They're treating it just like a war. And they're using the press. The press is coming in and watching people and using the system to find license plates numbers. So they're actually tapped into the larger system. Somebody is giving them information. When the ICE agents and so forth are going to hotels, the people that are behind the desk are telling the ICE, not the ICE, but the rioters, that we got some people here. So this is a larger thing. I've seen some of the influencers that are coming in to report, and they're being followed. Once they're discovered to be, not part of the press, that is part of their team, then they start to, make statements, and they're calling them out and says shame, shame, shame. These are probably codes. Those of us who have been in the military, I think they're codes that they're using to telegraph that these are not part of our team. The press is, most of the press is part of their team. There's many people within the political establishment are part of their team that's being exposed. President Trump had a conversation with Tim Walz, and Tim Walz decided to, I guess, get on board. So President Trump probably disclosed a lot of information that they had on him and other people within the political establishment. So Tim Walz, I think within hours or so, they sent the police that had been handcuffed by the political establishment. They went in and started arresting people. Now, I did a show just before that, and I was saying, we need to go in and start arresting these people and determining who is being paid, who is a paid agitator. Because most of these people there, it's not an organic system where people within the community are like, we want the ICE agents out. Of course, there's some of those, but I think most of them are paid agitators they're trained just like military will be trained to do different, contact and, uh, you know, cause problems and so forth. We've seen a lot of that happening with these groups. ICE will go in to do an arrest. Normally, it would take 3 or 4 ICE agents. They have to show up with 15 to provide a perimeter while they do their arrest. It's out of control. The local police establishment should have been doing that. So all of the different deep state, cities and governorships and states and so forth, California, Illinois, New York, to name just a few, are all looking at how the President Trump reacts to this. And if they trip up, if they do a trip up, which, the recent shooting could end up being a little trip up, but, both sides are going to have little trip ups. And things are going to be established, things are going to be revealed that are really going to bring this all to a head. But yeah, I do believe this is just the tip of the iceberg. It will spread to other states. They'll adapt, they'll overcome the problems maybe Minnesota is having right now, and they'll just like they did with the election stealing. They adapted in every single state. If a state came up with, okay, we're going to vote like this, then they would the machines broke, and they always had a fix. So that's why we're not getting a lot of information from the get go, because they're trying to cover this, to cover their actions. If I'm doing an ambush on somebody, I'm not going to telegraph I'm going to do an ambush on somebody. We're gonna set it up, and so they're going to show up, and we're going to take them down. From that point on, then the deep state's going to know, okay, this is the way they reacted, this is the way they, organized, this is the way they took this down. So they're going to adapt. So it's adaptation that's happening on both sides. So we're going to see this, go forward like that. We'll make inroads like we're doing right now, I believe, and then they'll adapt and they'll make it more difficult, or they'll work around. This is the way war works. So we're at war with the deep state here in America now. So it's going to increase. It's going to get more difficult. It's going to get more intense. Bullets are really close to flying. We're, I won't say that we're waiting for that, but we're close to that. And once that happens, then we'll probably see insurrection, and we'll talk about that too. Insurrection Act.
Wow. Yes, that's a great analysis in terms of the adaptation from both sides, and this being sort of the test run, if you want to call it that, as this madness moves through other cities and states. Well, before we move through the panel, let's do a follow up with your question, Michael, on insurrection. It seems to me that most of the people in America, at least the sentiment I'm picking up, everyone's really waiting for the president to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do you think that's coming? And that, of course, I would assume it would be compartmentalized to the location that requires it versus nationwide. So that's part A. Part B is, can you differentiate between insurrection and martial law?
Yeah, I've been into many countries where martial law was being implemented in combat zones and so forth. So I'm familiar with moving around in a military law type environment. You can still get around, although you don't want to get out in the way of like some of the military guys. You don't want to rub them the wrong way. I've had placards, and we're obviously Americans. We look like Americans. But when you try and move around some of these military guys, they'll get a little antsy, and you could get lit up. All right. So military law is not where we want to go. And I don't think overall we're going to go to a military law in America. It'll be Insurrection Act that will happen for individual cities. Or, I don't think it's going to get much bigger than that. But we could see major cities have insurrection acts where the military moves in and starts to take down people, because the military, like we saw with Maduro, has some very high tech, games that they can play. Because these guys, like I said, will adapt, and it will be more difficult for the like an ICE agent or police or so forth, or National Guard. You'll need more specific, highly trained people to go in and take down some of these bad actors that are out there, and they're highly trained. We got terrorists that are absolutely here in America, and they've fought us for a long time. So we have them in America thanks to the Biden administration on a very high level, thousands of them. So it is going to be difficult in some of these areas to take them down, and absolutely we're going to have military high level professionals going to take care of that.
Well, thank goodness for that. And when you speak about all these terrorists that are well trained in infiltrating this country, oh, certainly over the last 4 years, we it reminds me of Sheriff Richard Mack, who said, "Listen, they're not here to play checkers and chess. People better pray, plan, and prepare." So, thank you, Michael. Let's take the same line of questioning to Derek Johnson. On the subject of Minnesota insurrection and spreading to states and so forth.
Well,
Derek?
it's all to be
Yep.
expected. Partial. There's always two parts of this story. 145-47 already shows you that we are, in fact, though, are in a portion of a martial law because we have the suspension of habeas corpus, and that's been used quite a few times. And you've heard Stephen Miller mention that. So, also, the Insurrection Act, President does not have to tell the people that he's invoked the Insurrection Act whatsoever. You can look this up. It's on .gov sites. Does not have to tell the people. It's the same concept of if I know that you're afraid of a wolf and a wolf's at your door, why would I tell you there's a wolf at your door if I can get the wolf off your door without alerting you and then getting you into a stable position to where I can say, hey, I know you don't like wolves. You have one 2 weeks ago. I removed it. Now let's talk about prevention of how we can keep wolves from getting in your yard, getting on your porch, getting to your door. So there's 45-47 outlines that. And, like Walls and this little mayor who has no testosterone whatsoever in his body, but his wife does. His wife was a lobbyist. See, so all this is pointing to the fraud. Now, a portion of this, you're going to have a few agitators get out there because they're paid for, but this is exposing those that are on the lower levels. That's how far we've come in this. We're now to the low level agitators, which is cool, which means all your high big dogs are out. James Comey hasn't posted on his Twitter or X account since June last year. 1.1 million followers. I'm pretty sure if I was having someone talking trash about me and I have 1.1 million followers, I'm pretty sure I could stir them up with, hey, you're following me for a reason. Why hasn't he posted? All right, so there's all these high levels have gone. And if you'll go read the Unconventional Warfare Pocket Guide, you'll see that portions of this is actually staged. All right, to get people, engaged, things of that nature. The other portion is the rooting some of these low level, perpetrators out and saying, all right, you want a record for the rest of your life? Come on out. We'll give you one. And if you act even more stupid, we can give you something else called a pine box. If Tom Homan was the solvent the whole time, if he was the solution, he'd have been the solution the whole time. See, that's how you go by principles. People don't live by principles anymore, right? The principle is if Walls wanted to work, if this was all real time, if Walls and this mayor wanted to work with President Trump, it would have never escalated to all this publicity and the stink that they've caused if they truly cared about Minnesotans, right? Because Tom Homan's always been there. And that's what Tom Homan does. And ICE was already there. So Tom Homan would not be the solution for libtards and also Democrats, because Tom Homan is a guy who punched me in the ribs and said, keep doing what you're doing. And he sounded like Sylvester Stallone. This guy is the real deal, right? So Tom Homan's not going there to talk about unicorns and fairy tales, right? So if he was the solution the whole time, he was already the solution. So if this was all real time, it's not though. It's for the people, what we call the target audience, what other people call the normies. Because like the press, there's examples that shows the press. One, when you declare a national emergency, the emergency to that, there is a restricting telecommunications. The president can restrict telecommunications, TV, radio, internet, etc. All right, he can decide what he wants to do, how he wants to use them, if he wants to use certain teams. All right, well, the appeals court have banned the AP, the Associated Press. They've been banned from Mar-a-Lago and also the White House. All right, the Associated Press now, AP, they're still reporting though, but what are they talking about? So a lot of this is still seeing what certain people are going to do. And Elon put a list out a couple of weeks ago of all the news outlets that are fraudulent, and President Trump is still hammering those. So some of this is to see what certain people are writing, possibly, but the ones on the ground, what they're reporting, some of it's distraction because this is all operational. Now, on the bigger picture, talking about martial law, first off, is a military government, and then continuity government, right? The difference in a whole of government and a continuity of government. You heard, quote unquote, Joe mention whole of government from 21 to 25, but then there's an executive order of an invocation of a continuity government. All right, well, I have reason to believe, and I don't know when and how they're going to show it in history, but back during January 2021, when the world thought, man, the world was ending, J6 was going on, all this other stuff, there were a lot of things happening in DC. And I sent a video to a buddy of mine. I said, what is this? I said, you ought to know exactly what this is, because that's what we did with air and missile defense. Why is President Trump talking about the Golden Dome so much? That was my MOS in the military, air and missile defense. All right. We know missiles, like nobody's business. Aircraft, ground to air, air to ground. We know missiles. All right. What they were showing in DC at that time period looked like a thing called CRAM. And CRAM is new technology that can knock out a nuclear weapon from the sky, like a missile. All right. And this stuff that they were shooting at that time looked just like CRAM around DC. All right. There were aircraft, military aircraft all over DC from 21, 22, 23 in DC. The Department of War now, but the old Department of Defense, aircraft, our own military has to request clearance to fly into DC. What were tankers, stratotankers, and refuelers doing all over KC, the extenders? What were they doing all over DC, flying multiple circles over DC? Now, Jaco can answer that because of the tunnels and special operations, etc. This is unprecedented. All right, so I have reason to believe that we were under a nuclear attack, because what was the last? When you trap the global enemy, all right, then they would have had a nuclear retaliation. All right, we bombed the hell out of Iran. We bombed the hell out of Yemen. We've been doing that. These are all executive orders of Obama and Jimmy Carter. All right, so they were on their last stand then, not right now. This is not the last stand. This is the remnants of the residue of the, I guess we could probably on here, the shit that's left from the shit, as says, out of these nations. That's where we are right now. So I have reason to believe when we left the idiot Nuclear Range Forces Treaty in 2018, it all ties into this. All right. And President Trump had them trapped, and it wasn't him, it's the generals, the admirals, but he's the face of it. They're all trapped. All right. And quote unquote, Kamala just said this recently, all right, on her interview with Jimmy Kimmel, right? This is all strategic. She said this has been decades in planning. All right, so if it's been decades in planning, it's going to have to end at some point. You can't keep dragging this out like some people think we're doing. This is the remnants of it. This is just all to get people engaged. The movie of Melania is coming out. They're getting people engaged. They're getting people locked in. They're using actors and TV and sports. Nick Saban, University of Alabama, my undergrad, he was what most people thought was a liberal. He just paired up with President Trump with an executive order, and he said a speech at the ESPYs or whatever it was, and he said specifically that our game can bring people together, our sports. And President Trump said we're going to have all these sports and all these leads coming in after July 4, 2026. Like, it's all setting up, right? So all this is the end goal, and a lot of people can't see it because they've been brainwashed, but the end goal is still to bring everybody together, Democrat, Republican, liberal, Buddhist, atheist, whatever heck you are, right? To say, hey, look, we have a functioning government. Go read the Federalist Papers. Read what our founders talked about. They had differences. We need differences, and we got to have differences. Same thing with religion, same thing and all that. So when you go read the founders and you watch what President Trump and the generals and all of them are doing, they have strategized this to where everybody can come together on a neutral ground and still have differences. But you got to get people engaged, and you got to break that. And the way they're breaking it is what President Trump says. You got to give them what they want. People love drama in this country. I hate it. They love it. So you give it to them the way they want. You get them engaged. And President Trump, you got to listen to him. He says this all the time. He said that, but he also said with the people out there that, hey, criticism's not always bad. See, because criticism gets them engaged. All right. So you can yell at me all you want. And that's why I use the John Wayne movie all the time where the little boy was stuttering, and then he said, "You almost got your friend killed." And he, well, I tried, and he was stuttering. He said, "The hell you did." And he said, if that had been you out there, we'd have heard you loud and clear. But he kept stuttering, and the more John Wayne yelled at him, he spoke clearly. And then when he finally said it, he said a string of expletives where he said, "You GDMF son," or "You GD mean GD son of a," whatever it was. And he said it clear. And John Wayne said, "I wouldn't make it a habit of calling me that, son." Right? John Wayne don't care. President Trump don't care. That's why they use the man who has everything in the world. He has nothing to lose. He has nothing to gain, though. He has everything in the world. They use the man who was neutral, who wasn't military, but who also wasn't a career politician. They used somebody who, yeah, maybe he had a hooker in his life or two. Who cares? All right, it's like the Bible talks about. And they're trying to get all these people to break all these barriers of this judgment that people put on everybody, when if we all had to stand up somewhere in our life and say what we just did the week before, it'd be game over. It'd be a stone throwing party like nobody's business. So I think a lot of people need to study more unconventional warfare, irregular warfare. Those are the missing pieces that people are missing right now, that's going to tie in what's taking place lawfully if they know the laws and the orders. You can't just have laws and orders, because this required an extensive military plan, but some of that has been implemented. And an insurrection act is just where President Trump can federally deploy troops with civil authorities. Well, we've already done that. We've already done that. So that's already been on display. And now it's going to go to other cities. California will be next, but in different places. New Orleans, he mentioned. But certain, like Memphis, I think it was, and New Orleans, they capitulated. He put that in a post like a week ago. He said that they worked with us. So that's already happened, though. This is just step by step, and then Minnesota's exposing all the fraud, the Smileys, and billions of dollars. I mean, think of billions of dollars out of Minnesota alone. So it's a lot of things going on to unpack, but most of this stuff's already happened. This is just bringing in the target audience to get them engaged, bait, and switch.
Interesting perspectives. And, you basically unconventional warfare, fifth generational warfare is what we're witnessing take place. And you mentioned uniting us at somewhere in your dialogue. And I think the more things that get exposed, we're in exposure phase as well, and that'll escalate later. I think the unity is going to come together, because not with everyone, of course, the crazies will remain so, but a lot of people will start to operate off right versus wrong versus parties. Same question with Minnesota insurrection, etc. Brad Wozni, if you'd like to take that on.
No, I think it's pretty great, because it also ties into, even Bannon just had it on War Room right before we came on, that Canada, Venezuela, China, Carney, who doesn't even have an X profile that has a gray check mark, and there's a perfect calm ever since he was installed in April of 2025, does not have a gray check mark on his Twitter X profile, and he keeps getting tagged by Scavino, the White House, and Trump on X with that regular blue check mark. So there's a massive calm there. And they're also disclosing that Venezuela is funding the ICE protesters as well, alongside Soros and all of those initiatives. That's pretty big. And then we also saw in Canada just today, Surrey, BC, which has a 69% crime rate, which everybody's like, where is Surrey, BC? That's just part of the Port of Vancouver, where there was the big drug bust that was announced less than a year ago, where they found the largest amount of Chinese and Mexican Sinaloan cartel fentanyl, which had ever been produced in the world, even today. And even RFK is out there right now. And this all ties back to what is going on in Minnesota and all across the parts of the world, and the new accord that was just signed between India and the EU today as well, is that they are turned all these people, which could have been, God-fearing, great patriots in all the nations, right? One America, continent of America, making America great again, bringing us back, like Juan called me, and I had reported here on the show, and Juan and I have done shows as well, on December 24th of 2024, Boxing Day, sorry, 26th, Boxing Day evening, and said, we're going to buy Greenland. We are going to welcome Canada back into America since it was Colony Canada, Article 11, 1777, America's first constitution. And the 2nd Canadian Regiment fought with George Washington and bring that back. Well, the mayor of Surrey, BC right now, the most crime-ridden city all across Canada, which used to be, full on, mostly white populated and Native American Indian populated. You just go back a few generations and see that, said, we are calling upon Ottawa to send in the military to help us clean this up because of the Indian gangs from India, the one right beside Pakistan, Indian gang warfare, which is going on, and we can't handle it. The RCMP can't handle it. The local police can't handle it. And a lot of them are on the take as well, as it's been exposed. So that Insurrection Act and the fact that it's just played out on Bannon's War Room, and I believe Alex Jones just picked up that story too, that Canada is funding the Minnesota ICE protests. 2 months ago, we just had Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, caught with a $111 million ad doing election interference in America, and Trump even called it out at the White House and said that he would be under investigation for election interference. So all of this, I think, is to try to pull everybody together, John, and for your audience, to say that, okay, it's not just Minnesota, but it's other places, and preparing everybody to watch the gauntlet start to be dropped, because we have, what did Tom Homan just call it a few hours ago? Operation Metro Surge. And, he posted on X a few hours ago, said, I met with Governor Tim Walz and I met with the other Minnesota representatives, and they're going to work with us. That's what Tom Homan just posted. It's up on the White House page right now. They re-truthed it, re-X'd it as well. So it's really potent and it's powerful. And if everybody wants to Derek, who just so eloquently pulls everything together with everything he knows from his photographic memory and the EOs, his background, remember that it was only a few years ago on Michael Jaco's birthday, Derek and I are in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Juan O'Savin treated us and a whole bunch of other people to an absolute spectacle. And I had just shown up, and I was there for about 2 hours, and Louis Herms is standing on my right, and there's a speaker up at this little thing called the Truth Tour. And I had just met Louis. I mean, we've been meeting online through Zooms, but in person the first time. And Louis is on the phone, and I'm like, what? This is kind of interruptive. We're at the back here, and there's his speaker and the Truth Tour talking up there. What's going on? And he goes, Juan O'Savin wants to know where we are, the Kiwanis Community Center, I-25, Cheyenne, Wyoming. Okay. And he goes, I think he's going to arrive here by helicopter. Maybe about 20 minutes go by. Derek's outside. Louis joins him. Derek's doing a live stream. I'm up on the mic 7 or 8 minutes in to giving my presentation on what's going on. Boom, F-16 tailpipe right out the window shake, like a scene right out Top Gun, 100%. Like, that's crazy. That's rare. That's never happened. We take a few minutes, about 2 minutes. We're like, that was awesome. Okay, cool. We sit down in the chair. I start talking again. Interrupted by another afterburner tailpipe F-16. So we all go outside. We had 8 F-16s, 100 to 150 feet off the deck. And you've got Michael here. You've got Derek here, likely Sheila as well. And as you all well know from this story being shared multiple times over the years, that we had it verified by multiple people that there's only one of 2 people in the American government that can declassify residential airspace like the Kiwanis Community Center in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and allow military jets to overfly it at 100 to 150 feet off the deck. And that happens to be the commander-in-chief or the one who's running all of the Joint Chiefs at the time. And that was it. And then Juan called and said, did you guys like the air show? And by the way, we also had C-130s. We had helicopter Blackhawks for 5 more hours waving at us at the Truth Tour as we're still going on and having our presentations and mingling with these patriots during mass lockdowns. So it's truly amazing for everybody to take away from that as we're talking about Insurrection Act and what's to come and what's to play out for the normies and bring them on as well. I don't know if it's still in it for sure. I can't tell you, but what we've seen all the evidence, and even the McCullough Foundation put it out there as well and said the mRNA gene editing biotech weapon, which is what is classified by the Alliance of Indigenous Nations, whom I've had on my show, and they are an international tribunal, and they are recognized by Canada, and they are recognized twice by the Supreme Court of the United States, has classified them as a weapon of mass destruction. They are a gene editing, biotechnological, and radiological weapon. And Peter McCullough and the McCullough Foundation just put out and said, based on all the evidence that we've assembled, it has a 100% or near 100% rather, I don't want to take that exact words right from his mouth, that it alters the brain chemistry and it hooks people up like into the Internet of Things in antennas. And we've seen other massive shows, and Michael's done these shows for years, and I've talked about it on my show as well, that it then has the ability for people to be hooked up and it takes over their brain chemistry. So that can also be going on right now. And that fifth generation or 5G warfare you were talking about, the spiritual level, the emotional, the physical, the financial, the enslavement, everything which has been happening to us, and the medical, I think it's all coming to a culmination because you're seeing, as Derek just so perfectly put it, it's the residue, it's the mid-level and the lower level that still need to be removed. And what did President Trump just do last week as I wrap up here? He signed an executive order, but that's kind of where I guess most of these people belong if they don't clean themselves up, or they're not even having any more self-awareness that they need that type of a help to eventually be cleaned up and hopefully restored, to the way that they should be in their body. And I feel that this is truly remarkable. And I know the world is watching, John, not only just on your show here, but from all of the political and the business establishments across all of the nations of the world, because they're looking at what America is going to do. Because if they're going to do that in their own country and they're going to clean up their own cities and they're partnered with America, that they need to make sure that their act is the same. And on February 11th, we have coming up, General Raising Cane has just called upon all 34 nations to bring in and have a General Assembly meeting of all the military leaders of 34 nations. You can't just like ring up and say, hey, in the next 2.5 weeks, I'm having a conference and I expect you to be there. And that's going to happen unless you know that there is absolute control of the Western Hemisphere with the Don Roe Doctrine in effect and playing out. And they know that as well. And I think that is going to be something to watch. What happens on February 11th, too, from that conference.
Fascinating, incredible times we're living in. And to our audience, we're going to, what we can expect is a lot of chaos, and we see it around us. And you alluded to some of the chaos in Canada moments ago, and other places around the world, because we're putting order in. The geopolitical landscape is changing. We're actually beginning one nation at a time, starting here at home in America, freeing nations from the demonic, satanic, tyrannical forces that have made life a living hell on this planet. So the chaos is what we're witnessing as we begin, and not just with Trump leading the way, but with our alliances around the world, putting order into things. To our audience, just pray, plan, and prepare. That's what you can do, and keep putting the truth out there. But expect chaos, expect disruption. This is going to happen, and has to happen in order for us to get to the other side. Sheila Holm, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you here on this panel. You've been listening to our other panel guests. How would you like to weigh in on the Minnesota, the Insurrection Act, and the things we've been discussing?
Minnesota is the template. And I'm hearing chatter now that it's not just going to be 12 cities, it's 15. And at the same time, they brought up the penguin unit, just like people were shocked about the ghost unit. And so to have a penguin unit that can be trained in the deep freezing weather that we've been experiencing, even here in Georgia, it's not going to get above freezing. It's going to be in the barely double digits all week at night, and a lot of rain during the day. It's just crazy. It never gets above 40. It's just, we're in this, and we're in it for the long haul. But there was a wonderful thing that happened tonight while the president was flying out to Iowa. He's in Iowa tonight, and speaking. It's like a rally in Iowa a year after the primary last year, thanking them. And he sent out a message that was quite profound. And it was that he sent J.D. Vance, and the mayor and the governor didn't want any help, and they wouldn't help. And so then he sent out Homan, and he said to all of us, he's going to get a great report from Homan, and then they're going to figure out what they're going to do. So tonight he decided he's not getting any answers, and they're not wanting to provide any help. And so now he sent in the 101st airborne and under the general, and they're on their way there by helicopter tonight, landing by helicopter tonight. That should kind of put Minneapolis on its ear. That so that's what's happening in the right now. And there were such amazing statements, because I didn't know, from not being a military background, family, but not myself. And so where we're at with Minnesota, my dad's family is Norwegian, and none of the cousins, because I contacted them, none of the cousins were aware that their state Senate candidate in Minnesota is working with Walls, and she's the organizer of the riots that are going on in Minneapolis right now. So we found the training group, we found all the lies, and the man, I did hear, Jaco, I did hear that the man that had the gun and the multiple magazines, so he wasn't just there, because a lot of our guys are conceal and carry around the country, but this guy didn't just have the gun, but he had the gun and multiple magazines that he never would have needed unless he had an assignment for the event. And so when they grabbed him, he didn't have the safety on and his gun went off. And that's what happened. And so they've done a major investigation on that the latter part of today. And that's what they're announcing right at the end of today. There is a problem with the Insurrection Act. If the Insurrection Act, as it happened with Abraham Lincoln, when that happens and you go into a civil war, you cannot recover the republic. And that's why they didn't hold on to the republic, just for Grant was the last president right after the Civil War. And so where we're at right now is there's two things that have gone on. And Derek had mentioned the unconventional warfare. So that manual has been shared, and I've shared that with many people. The other one is military government. And military government is a lot about what we have going on right now because of the transition, I believe, between the corporation, because you have to unpeel the whole thing, or everybody's involved in sedition, because you can't have two governments at one time. And so I think Derek was very gently covering all of that as to how we hold all this together during this time on this transition. And so where we're at right now is that this military government was just an outline signed in 1949. That's, I believe, what Eisenhower gave unto President Kennedy. And that military government, they confirmed, was just an outline. So they said on these bullet points, and it's only like 53 pages at that time, much bigger now, big notebook now. So what they said was, this is going to give you the outline that you're going to follow, and you're going to get ready, because the Q team has tried this 6-7 times since the Civil War. And it just hasn't worked. Lost a lot of lives, but didn't get through. We had to have a Trump to come in and stand in. He and President Kennedy were the two that never got attached to the corporation. Neither one of them took a salary from the corporation. They kept themselves completely independent of the corporation. And so what we have going on right now, by Minnesota being a template, is that Minnesota, what is happening is identical across the country. And it's the same with the cartels. These guys are all coordinated with and funded by our government through our taxes. And so what we have is a battle on our land. And that's why the summary is very similar to what Derek and Jacob were going over earlier, is that these guys knew exactly what to do. Our guys have captured all of the signal communications, and they said everything is exactly like it was in Afghanistan, exactly like it was in Iraq. These guys are operating in the same way as those who were operating this way when we were on the other side of the world. So now here we are in our own land, and we've got people internally, legal Americans, helping this happen in America with our money. And so it's much deeper than people realize. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be handled quick. But our military has been trained up in a military government structure so that they're ready to help the people that need the help. And they're ready to stand in with the people who want the help. And it's just now turned in Minnesota, where the people themselves are coming forward and asking ICE what they can do. It took all of this to get us to this point. So when they were ramming him with a car, I think you guys saw that whole thing. And all the media said was, they didn't run over his body. She didn't run over his body. But then we found the rap sheet. I put out the Lake and Riley, and then we got the rap sheet. The woman had a horrendous rap sheet. Then we find out she's been trained. That led us to the group that's training him. That led us to the state Senate candidate that knows that she's the organizer over the training and choosing the people to be involved in certain tasks and activities. And all of this, as Derek and Jacob were already confirming, was highly organized, highly set up. They know exactly what they're doing. They're able to communicate with each other. This is not a random situation, and it's not a regular protest. These people know what they're doing. They've been trained how to resist and to fight against ICE. They know exactly what's going on. And this is across, and now they have found evidence of this now in 15 cities instead of 12. We'd heard 14. I've heard 14 for a long time, that there were going to be 14 cities that were going to rise up. So, but to head into insurrection, and yet the president joked the night of Maduro, after the skiff and everything was done at Mar-a-Lago, he was on the plane and he was talking to the press corps. And he said, did you know that George W., did you know that he actually went through and issued out 22 insurrections? And I was like, what? He had more than one? And because everybody's making a big deal, is he going to do it or is he not going to do it? But the coordination of this, and there was one other thing, when you were mentioning, Jaco, about AP, the Associated Press, now why are they being blocked? Why are they being stopped? I spent a lot of time with ABC in San Diego. There were plans to do things with ABC in San Diego, and I'm glad I didn't go any further in the contracting with San Diego's ABC station. But the 4 a.m. memo, remember hearing that comment? Somebody's giving these guys a 4 a.m. memo, and they're all saying the same things on all the stations. That 4 a.m. memo is the teletype that comes out from AP. AP has been coordinating all of this for generations. And so they've known, and it's way beyond Mockingbird Media now, because it's actually a format and structure that all of the nations tune into, all of the nations involved. We never wrote anything originally. It all came off of the AP wire every morning at 4 a.m.
Reminds me of Good Morning Vietnam, where Robin Williams, the actor, of course, grabbing the fake reports off the thing, and just 7 people did not get killed today in the bar, and so forth and so on. They've been and now it's on steroids. To your point, you raised a lot of great things there, Sheila, and a couple of comments. Soundbite, of course, but you're right. This began with JFK, who didn't sign up with the Corp, and President DJT is going to finish it off, who also is not acquiescing to the Corp, in fact, ended it. And this has been a plan long in the making, as everyone on this panel well knows. And last comment I have, based on some of the content you provided, Sheila, is these insurrectionists, these funded people, these agitators, whatever word you like to use for them, they don't. Yes, disruptive, and it's going to get worse before it gets better, but they have no idea what they're up against. The military and the intelligence, they have no clue. And we've already won this in many ways, but it's got to play out. And so it does. So thank you all very much for taking that on. I want to bring us to Caroline Levitt, who said, quote, Barack Obama attempted to overthrow the U.S. government in 2016, the sitting president in 2017, and then effectively overthrew the election of 2020. He and his friends in the different agencies. The DNI has also released, of course, the evidence of election theft of 2020. It is now a fact. We've known this, and many Americans who are awake knew this, but this is now a fact validated within the administration. President Trump last week at Davos, we know what he said. I'm paraphrasing. He said they stole the election. Everybody knows that. And then he said this: prosecutions are coming soon. So we'll go back to the top of the panel with Michael Jaco. Michael, what do you make of President Trump's statement concerning prosecutions coming soon in light of the election theft? What do you believe the course of action is necessary to right that wrong now that it's been validated to be true? What's next when he says prosecutions are coming soon, and how do we right the wrong of 2020 election? As Juan says, it ain't over yet. How do you see this playing out? This is a big deal. As Trump said, it should be big breaking news, and it's just like nothing. This is unbelievable. They stole the United States of America, and the former president orchestrated it within the agencies. Of course, we overthrew ourselves. By and large, it was external as well. Anyway, I'm rambling here. Michael, do you want to take this on? How do you see it playing out with the statements that the president just made?
Yeah, there's so many people involved. I mean, you look at CIA, John Brennan. He basically was, the head of, trying to take Trump down. I like what Derek says. A lot of these guys, they got these, X accounts and so forth with all these people on them, like Clapper, and we haven't heard anything from them for a long time. I remember when President Trump first came in, John Brennan was like every day bashing President Trump. We haven't heard from him in a long time. I just had a gentleman on my show that talked about how he's treasonous, and when the real information starts to come out just on John Brennan, it's going to blow everybody away. So we have multiple people that were involved in this election fraud, election steal, going all the way to China. So once we start to see all of these people that have been involved and have, caused this problem, like President Trump said during his speech at the WEF conference, he's coming after them. There's massive amounts of fraud. The new world order it's the old world order, and the new world is us, basically overcoming this extreme corruption, treasonous activities. So we know what happens to people that commit treason. And, President Trump came out with firing squads again. He voted that, signed that back in. So in his last term, so we're moving in that direction. So a lot of people know that they're, on shaky grounds. I think probably some of them have already been dealt with. Probably a lot of them, actually. Like we're talking about, we haven't heard from some of these people in a long time. Why? Because they're no longer around. Maybe it gets to Gitmo or, Guam or Seychelles or wherever they're, wherever we have, these new holdings, because there's a lot of people that have committed crimes. And just Gitmo is not big enough for all of them. They got barges down there, all kind of crazy stuff. But the number of people that are going to be filling some of these, prisons is astronomical. So when does it come out for the public? What everybody wants to see. They want to see these public, trials and executions and people going to jail and so forth. It's coming. You have to just be patient. A lot of us that are military, these things take time. A lot of the stuff that I did when I was in the military still hasn't come out. A lot of the things that I did when I was in the CIA still have not come out. And they would be very revelatory, and people would be stunned by some of the things that we did and accomplished. But it takes time for these things to eventually roll out. There's stages, and when they come out, when this happens, we're going to release this. Oh no, they did this, so we have to wait now. So there's a lot of these things that have to transpire before all of these things get revealed. But revealed they will be, and the criminals that have been involved will be prosecuted. We're only talking like 1 or 2% of the population. Yeah, that's a lot. That's tens, hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, but the rest of America, the other 98%, we're going to live amazing lives, and it's already started. It's frustrating not to see this happen sooner, but I'm a very patient man. I see it. I think all of us in this panel, we've seen these things. We try to inform people the best we can to be calm, be patient. It's coming. Some of these things have already transpired. They'll be revealed in their right time. So yeah, amazing things are happening. These guys are being taken down. The reveals are going to be tremendous. Just be patient.
This is a military operation. On a hunch, they know a little bit more than the average person on the street about warfare, whether it's kinetic or otherwise. The plan is unfolding, and it's been a long game. Some say before JFK, but we can use JFK till now as for sure the operation. And so Michael talks about patience. Well, there's some patience, and you revealed, Michael, that there's data that you know about from the previous roles you acted in the CIA, for example, that still haven't been revealed or played out. So, folks, just trust the plan and know that God's in control. So trust in your faith. We'll take the same question to Derek Johnson about the president's statements at Davos and the progress we may be making. How do you see all this playing out?
Was 45-47 again is a pre-planned strategic operation, meaning every aspect of this has been pre-planned. So this is the part we're in the rollout portion. So this is where we are in the rollout. One, like Jaco, we were just talking about military protocol. We have to do it right. We have to do it right. We have to get it right. And the only way to do it right, get it right, for humanity's sake, is to make sure that we do it with integrity. Because the first moment that we slip or cut corners, guess what the enemy's going to do? There's no integrity in that. It's the same thing as shooting someone in the back, right? You look them in the face, look them in the eye, you fight on the equal playing field. If you don't have a weapon, you don't have a weapon. That's equality. That is how you're supposed to do it. So there's no way President Trump could have come in and done things the way they did it. Right? You have to have every single aspect of this operation has to be completely different than the hijacking of America after the Ulysses S. Grant that Sheila was talking about in 1871, in that era right in there. All right. We have to prevent it. See, what Americans want to do is get to the birthday party and say, I'm at the birthday party. They want the cake. They didn't see the preparation that and also, did they eat, celebrate, did they stay and clean up? Americans want justice, but they don't want to prevent how we got to this place in history. That's the first thing. Two, where we are is where Eisenhower, and I hate calling him by that, it's a lot easier with his name, but President Eisenhower and five-star general, former five-star general, right? So a five-star. Right, people need to go look up what a five-star is. We won't have time to talk about that, but we're already in the military government portion where it's the aftermath. So a continuity government would be where it's the aftermath where President Trump will implement certain things after a disaster. Well, you can see that with his nominations. The original President Eisenhower continuity government plan and presidential emergency action documents, the original was military people and businessmen and women. All right. And that's what President Trump, every nomination that President Trump has put into place has either been of special operations, which you see back here on this ball cap right here, special operations. They're either special operations or veteran or let me put it that way, and or a businessman, businesswoman in every nomination to an ambassador seat. Now, not all ambassadors are chief of missions, but all chief of missions are ambassadors. All right. And that's very critical because they act solo. All right. So that's very, very key that they have the confidence, the stature. They can't be compromised. They can't be bought moving into the future. And the third thing about the elections, something as simple as Jack Smith, this just happened this past week. This is really awesome. The testimony and all these other things. It's so genius. It's 5D chess. President Trump gets to be the face of this. He's not the full entity. It's all the generals and the admirals in the background, and world leaders and world generals and world admirals. It's not just ours. This is a world operation. But this was never about 2020, ever. It's a key piece because it's the presidential election, but it's not the end-all, do-all. It's key in taking down, though, the swamp, their rings, and how they kept this charades of games going through the years. I mean, we're talking about the monetary system, the central banks. I mean, we're talking about layers here that we've broken down in other ways. But getting to the election more specifically, there's a few things that can just outline how the whole thing's in operation. One, here's an external that it conjoins in a completely different manner. Fauci, a week before President Trump took the oath, January the 20th, 2017, Anthony Fauci, was at Georgetown University. And he said in a few years, the upcoming administration will face a pandemic. How do you know that? All right. You can go back and you can look at about 2 or 3 executive orders by Obama. All right. Then you know about Bill Gates and Gavi and all his other ties in. And then why would you raise $400 billion, 400 billion, not million, $400 billion? If you cared about humanity and you're going into third world countries, you would be fixing their water, their irrigation systems, their water, their rivers, their streams, that water. What? All right. So you saw Bill Gates capitulate to President Trump. You've seen Bill Gates, Tim Cook of Apple. You've seen Jeff Bezos. You've seen Mark Zuckerberg, all capitulated. All right. Now I'm not here to debate if they're good or bad ultimately, but they capitulated for the target audience to see. They're all working with President Trump for the target audience to see. Same thing with Elon Musk. Same thing. But that's an external factor because in 2018, President Trump has a national biodefense strategy. Go read that. Real read it word for word. 2018, word for word, the national biodefense strategy is exactly what took place in 2020. So President Trump, they already knew. They knew what the enemy could pull in their retaliation. So that's an external factor. The internal factor is Executive Order 13848 that you mentioned in the pre-show, right? It's 13848 with the national emergency that President Trump signed and declared September the 12th, 2018. And in there is a key line. It says, although no foreign power has altered the outcome, or that little conjunction, or vote tabulation in any United States election. It didn't say one, two, a few, many. It said in any. No foreign power has altered the outcome, meaning the whole thing, or vote tabulation. Vote tabulation is January the 6th, the day that they count electoral votes. President Trump sued the 7 swing states December the 14th, 2020. So Nevada, Wisconsin, North Carolina, that crew. The same 7 swing states of 2020 were the same in 2024? No. And he won all of them. All right, that shows strategic. All right, so that knocks out any other court case out there because the whole thing is there. Now, this Jack Smith thing, the Jack Smith, President Trump's case versus the United States with the Jack Smith, it specifically talks about how they have to prove how he was appointed lawfully, that Congress can create only Congress can create that office. And then it talks about the appointments clause, which is Article 2 of the Constitution. All right, presidential nomination, Senate confirmation. Who was Jack Smith appointed by? Merrick Garland, Attorney General. Not quote unquote Joe, not quote, that's it. So it's a wrap. Then go look at the conclusion of it. It's only like 3 sentences in the conclusion. And it's talking about how the court should grant a stay. And it said that Jack Smith is no more than an emperor in clothes. And then it says that Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, Kim Kardashian, and Mick Jagger have more standing than Jack Smith. Now, President Trump, if this was in a real normal situation, that right there, jokes with the bar attorneys, with the bar judges, that's not decorum whatsoever. All right. And so that shows you right there the whole thing's an operation because they're putting some funnies, some humorous Patrick Mahomes and Mick Jagger and Kim Kardashian in a conclusion of a massive Supreme Court docket case. All right, that's 23A 745 if people want to look that up on Supreme Court dockets. So that little entity. And then the National Guard, Jaco, Brad, we all know military orders are not continuous orders. They're not continuous, meaning like they have to have congressional authorization because the Constitution does say the president is the commander-in-chief of the Army and the Navy, and then Congress declares the wars. Well, this is where the Congress messed up in the years. Because of their wanting to have more control, they amended the War Powers Act of 41 and 42 and 73. And in there, they made it to where a president must declare a national emergency and then give 48 hours notice. He only had 60 days with the military and a 30-day withdrawal, a total of 90 days. All right. Well, there's not one single foundational Title 10 or Title 32 on the board anywhere by quote unquote Joe Biden. So how are the troops at the border? How are the troops deployed to elections, the polls? The polls, 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024, 14 to 27 states have had National Guard deployment, National Guard cybersecurity teams. They have to be either a Title 10 or a Title 32. If they're SAD status, they still will be operating federally because that federal elections, it's not a state thing only. All right, so that's where that ties in. And so why would quote unquote Joe continue Executive Order 13848 with the national emergency 4 years in a row just to hand back to President Trump January the 2025 to call him a dictator, to call him a Nazi, to call him a king, and then the National Guard are out there? The cybersecurity teams, they are there to prevent any kind of hacking, which means addition or deleting of the votes. So Jack Smith in this quote unquote testimony is perfect because he don't say it was specifically asked about President Trump, the question, especially one of the questions from Pramila Jayapal or Jayapal, however you say her name. All right. She specifically asked about democracy and all this other stuff and a sitting president trying to steal the election. So they're trying to accuse President Trump of stealing the election. And President Trump is saying the 2020 was stolen. So see, there's a principle there. Right? You can't have, so you would say, okay, if you thought this was real time and someone says, oh, your guy stole it, and I'm saying, well, your guy stole it, then there's got to be a what? A common denominator. Well, the National Guard is that common denominator. And they will have all the real numbers because we, the military, we work with analog, not digital, which means we can't be hacked. All right. And Colonel Lennox that's on here, friends of ours, but a friend of mine especially, he specifically worked in this field, and he specifically tells people, hey, our systems were set up not to be audited. All right, and I it's so humorous. I saw something just yesterday on one of the new .gov sites, and they're using an acronym, and I don't know if Jaco will remember this or Brad, but it's called a DAGGER. And it's a little device that we had to use, and it's like it's between systems. And this is how complicated some of our military systems are, and they're so old, some of them. With air and missile defense, we had a certain little device, and then we had this little dagger, and then we had this machine that it goes to, and each one you had to type in something to it, right? Every little thing. So, but if you messed up anywhere along the way, you had to go all the way back to the beginning and go again. All right, that's how our systems are. All right, and so that's why this is so humorous in another manner, because it's that simple for the people out there who really do want to know what's going on and to give you some peace, comfort, whatever, or even really excitement and fuzzy feeling in your heart, because that's what makes people like me over here laugh, because I have worked these systems and know that, okay, these systems they're complicated when you're working with them, but whenever you have the results, you know what it took to get to those results. And the National Guard have every result from 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024 elections, and it was never about 2020. And there's certain things that can show you that the whole thing was a trap, and it trapped every entity on every aspect, and they come to a Trump wall everywhere they go. And that's why he uses the term white flag of surrender all the time. They're not telling on them. They're not snitching. They're making these people come to the walls, even though it's a target audience and it's all a movie and it's all pre-planned. But for the people that thinks it's real, every one of these entities are coming to a wall, and they're going to have to raise a white flag. Tim Walz, raise a white flag. Right? Mayor Frey, raised the white flag. Tom Homan. So, we already know Tom Homan's in control of everything, ICE. So if Tom Homan was the answer, he was the answer the whole time, right? You would have never had to brought him in for the Minnesota thing. So see, it shows the whole thing when people dissect it and flip the picture around. But you do have to know still unconventional warfare, irregular warfare, some hybrid warfare, and know that, yes, JFK was the main driving factor in guerrilla warfare, being in special operations, but more, not just special operations, but military as a whole, to be critical thinkers, strategic thinkers, not just certain entities of our military. And President Trump is the first person, and Jaco can tell you this especially because he's been on these operations in years past, but President Trump is the first to implement the tunnel warfare in a strategic plan. And you're seeing that right now as well. And Israel's talking about Gaza and how they can't, they can't get Hamas, and they're Hamas, but Hamas is going to surrender and give us all their tunnel information. This stuff is entrenched, all pun intended, with layers and layers and layers of what's taking place. So, a lot of the 2020 election, it wasn't a distraction in another manner, but it is in another manner, meaning that the actual stealing of the elections were the Dominion systems, Venezuela, and then the swing states, the battleground states. That's how they kept certain people in place to keep their checks and balances going with their money, with their reins, and what they were doing. And it could keep going nationally. We could talk about this forever. I'll be quiet.
Well, thanks, Derek. You raised a lot of great points. I'll just focus our audience on one takeaway, and that is that, as you stated, the so-called Joe Biden administration for 4 years didn't revoke some of these critical executive orders, and I think that's a door opener for people to start going down the rabbit holes and arrive at a place that this panel is already at. Same question to Brad Wozni, discussing the election debacle, and again, Barack Obama. President Trump, we remember the press conference a while back where he talked about treason and the punishment for treason for those that have committed it. He reminds us of that, and recently in Davos, reminding us that we caught them, they did it, and they'll be prosecuted soon. So what's your views of all that?
Well, John, you've had him on the show. I think he's a national treasure. West Point grad, 1961. The man who co-drafted America First for President Trump, Major General Paul E. Vallely. And I was just talking with him 2 days ago. And you can go to August and you can go to June of 2010. And General Vallely is out there saying that we need to invoke in the Declaration of Independence, which Abraham Lincoln had in his own inauguration speech, the fact that Barry Soetoro, these are the direct quotes from General Vallely on Newsmax and other media outlets, is by de facto a non-U.S. citizen. And as a result of that is deceitful, it is treasonous, and he and other members of Congress and his administration are traitors to the United States of America, its Constitution, and all of its articles. What it holds so dear. And then, funny enough, just fast forward a few years to about 2014, Obama's on a major network news saying there's this guy named General Vallely who wants to march 250,000 soldiers into Washington and take back the government and throw a coup. Coincidentally, all of a sudden ISIS put, and it still has not been removed, a hit on General Vallely's forehead. That's why, since he went to Syria in 2012, is the oldest general from West Point at 72 years old to lead troops in combat and take fire and return fire as well as his own. He has never been able to go back to that African continent because ISIS still has today that hit on his forehead. So you fast forward to what you just saw and has been repeated here in that incredible conference over at WEF in Davos, where I say, President Trump, that was like the State of the Union address to the world. Of the hatchet is coming across, right? People call it the white flag of, surrender. And yeah, sure, from that standpoint. But when you look at the definition of the terms of the Law of War Manual, because we're moving into the Law of Peace Manual, I believe it's already done. It's ready. It's already backstopped, and they've got it printed and ready to roll out when the time is ready. And I believe that's going to be in these next few months, because the Board of the Peace is the precedent which is set for everybody to get the nations on board. And right after that, perfect, you had President Putin issue a press release. We're going to give $1 billion of seized assets to fund the Board of Peace as soon as the war is over in the Ukraine, which is what we want. Then we will join the Board of Peace. We'll have eternal peace. Eternal peace goes right back to Scripture as well. And that's exactly what we want to stand for, right? Like Roosevelt said, walk softly, carry the big stick. And the biggest stick is the FAFO of the Department of War and the U.S. military right now. Manitoba. We also know that Dominion voting systems, the headquarters for that is in Canada. Venezuela, China. And then we have all of these different, but the headquarters is in Canada, which Trudeau just loved and ponied up to, right? And it's responsible for the stealing of elections consistently over generations, I believe, and it wasn't named Dominion then. And through Operation, through Scorecard and Hammer, as both Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney have pointed out, General Valley, and some of the other amazing retired flag officers, and actually had Lieutenant General McInerney in 2021. You can still see the video online where he had left the White House briefing President Trump about Operation Scorecard and hammered the secret CIA program to flip votes after they had come in. And let President Trump know, yes, you have it all. This is where it's come from as well. And there are members of the SES, deep state members, some of them, perhaps all of them, I don't know. I'm just a BRAD, that have capitulated. We've seen that also through the World Economic Forum. Where do you have that? Well, you have the Secretary of NATO, the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, who just a year ago, the Dutch farmers were pouring pig shit right on his front lawn in the Netherlands, because what did he want to do? He wanted everybody following his, Klaus Schwab, his daddy, and sitting there going, you will eat bugs, you'll be happy, you'll have nothing, and we're going to take the farmland. But now he's the head of NATO, and that head of NATO is issuing a press release backing President Trump and everything he said at the World Economic Forum, in particular, supporting his efforts for Greenland. As Juan said 2 years ago, we're going to buy Greenland. It's amazing what Juan O'Savin has said is coming to fruition, right? We're going to welcome Canada back into America. We're sitting here right now recording this as Jeffrey Rath and the members of the Alberta Prosperity Project, which is for the independence of Alberta, to make it a sovereign nation state. Think like Texas, the Republic of Texas. So they want the Republic of Alberta, and they're negotiating probably right now at dinner time in Washington with Secretary Scott Bessent in the U.S. Treasury and members of his board, which both parties have acknowledged publicly, in particular U.S. Treasury Scott Bessent, negotiating a $500 billion credit facility with maybe JP Morgan Chase. The fact, by the way, he's getting sued for $5 billion US for debanking conservative Americans over the last 6 years, including some of those you see here. Juan O'Savin as well has mentioned that and put it out in the shows. He was debanked as well. You're looking at a Canadian here who is debanked too. And sitting here going, $500 billion for a sovereign nation state of Alberta, the moment that we have Albertans say we want independence, and then it happens and they're immediately left, and then they have this trade that immediately begins with the United States, and that deal is done. It's almost kind of like what Juan has foreshadowed about welcoming Canada back into America is playing out for us right now, like a movie, so to speak. But it's still really real for all of us. And I think the fact that you are seeing the heads starting to roll in a public way in terms of arrests, of course, it would be really nice to see those military tribunals and the ones that we believe have been happening behind the scenes and happen to know. And by the way, Derek's here, who was given a press pass to come to Gitmo, and he was authorized and went through all the security clearances and even received one just over 2.5 years ago in the summertime. So the fact that all of your audience here are going, what is it? Is this really real? We can see some things that we can fact check online. It is pretty amazing. Those executive orders were never revoked or rescinded, during the term of the auto pen Biden. And how we are right now, that we've just come back from that Davos meeting where you can have journalists, independent media guys, chase Trudeau, Burla, Greg Schmidt, or Eric Schmidt rather, and Bill Gates and all these other deep staters, David Sachs, Royal Bank Canada, Christine Lagarde, you name it, down in the streets, which a year ago, and I just had one on the show on Sunday night, Calum Smiles of Vox Populi Media, said you couldn't get that close. It was extremely hard to do that. And there was security everywhere, and literally been told that there are buildings that are empty in Davos right now, which used to be rented out at 75,000 Swiss francs per day, Reuters being one of them, and Reuters was nowhere to be seen. So I think it's truly remarkable what we're seeing that is being played out for the public around the world And no longer do you have to feel that scrutiny, and the censorship of media, which were blowing us up, right? With fact checks and hitting us. Michael knows this greater than any of us, TikTok and YouTube accounts and whatnot coming down just a year ago. And DJT had only been in office as 47, a year and a week. And it's freaking remarkable. I don't know if there's another part of the question I haven't answered here, John, but that's kind of where I'd leave it, unless you want to ask something more targeted and go over to the great Sheila Holmes. Save the best for last, ladies.
Well, thank you, Brad. We'll have Sheila weigh in just a moment. In listening to your analysis, I think the public can see, and the collective analysis of this panel so far, we're moving very, very swiftly. Even though we have to be patient on certain events, I mean, the things the president laid out at Davos against the World Economic Forum, I mean, that's a lot of big things, and he just shifted the earth on its axis. We are moving very rapidly on some very big events, and that's a good thing. And back to Canada, I mean, obviously President Trump is not a big fan of China stepping in and doing business with Canada, as the memes are putting out there, and that's not going to work out that way. A real quick answer, Brad. How does it end, in your opinion? The situation of Canada, officially becoming part of the United States, as I know it is, but you know what I'm talking about. How do you see this playing out? Will this China disruption just be a mosquito at the end of the day?
Personally, I don't think it's a mosquito. I think it's really important to have that as the big elephant in the room, so to speak, from lever action, right? A fulcrum, for people who are used to remembering swing sets as kids, right? The fulcrum, the teeter-totter. So you see this inverse relationship, teeter-totter, inverse relationship. For example, Carney comes out here, has the China conference just days. He's in Beijing just days before he goes over to Davos, disses and ghosts Trump. Not that President Trump, the commander-in-chief, 5-star general of America right now, is worried about being dissed by little Carney, who, a couple of months ago, one of the shows Derek and I did, Derek showed, here's Carney meeting with Trump in the Oval Office. Do you notice anything about his Harvard Business School and hockey picture has him at this height? But he's standing next to President Trump and he's really this height all of a sudden. How do you shrink 7 inches, in a matter of 2 decades? That just doesn't happen. So again, actors, right? And where I'm going with this is it's got to be the massive fulcrum of China. So for those who hadn't been paying attention or didn't see it because there's so much going on, Carney goes to Beijing, says we're doing the deal with China and we are embracing the one China policy in Canada. Remember, we're already actively doing military exercises, which prior to the Trudeau government under Harper was acknowledged as an enemy of Canada, but they're doing joint military exercises. China has military bases all on their own, just like an embassy of their own private land under FIPA, the Foreign Investment Protection Act in Canada. Canada Crown Corporation passed with Trudeau, when China can buy anything they want, set up anything they want. It's theirs. It's sovereign land and territory in Canada. That's happened. They have their own military bases. We already know about the police stations and whatnot. They have bought full tracts of land. It's been happening across states, as we know. All of a sudden, Trump issues a Truth Social post, and says, yeah, Carney, if you do that deal with China, 100% tariffs against Canada immediately. The next morning, Carney comes out just days ago and says, we've decided we're not going to pursue the deal with China because we want to embody and embrace the Canadian first policy all of a sudden, right? So that teeter-totter effect is working extremely well. And also what we've just seen is the ramp up in the signatures for the petition of Alberta. Now, this goes to your greater answer to your question and the final part of it here over the next minute, painted this way, John. For the Alberta independence movement, right? Everybody wants to see people vote for their own freedom rather than it being done for them, right? It's not a drive-through window, which is where everybody's gotten used to coming up, take your order, please, instant gratification, off you go, and about your day. I want freedom, I want justice, I want that, and then, or I don't want this, and I want to protest peacefully against ICE, which they said is okay unless you start attacking them. But they're saying we want to see people vote for their independence, vote for their sovereignty, vote for their freedom. And they had 62,500 plus signatures last week in 1 week alone in a province with the numbers of the immigrant invasion since 2015 at roughly 5 million people. Now, Canada is at 2.27 billion acres. That's a little bit larger than America. So that's the landmass. You bring Greenland into it at over 500 million acres, and you have that massive continent under the Golden Dome control, under a beautiful, brilliant celestial computer running the Golden Dome that is incredibly backed by the America First policy, which sweeps all the way down to Antarctica. So you're controlling both of the poles. And the moment that Alberta goes, it is actually the primary economic engine for the Crown Corporation of Canada. It actually supports 92% of the oil production across Canada. If you take Alberta out of the equation of 4.13 million barrels per day, 4.31 million barrels per day, 2024, out of the 5.1 that all of Canada creates, it's gone. It's the economic engine and the driving force for Canada. Saskatchewan's already said they wanted it. Parts of BC have said that. Parts of the Yukon have already said that. So here's where the extraction comes to play on the fulcrum. I say, and unfortunately, I'm waiting to get back to America, right? And thank you, John, for signing along with, Derek and Michael Jaco, the letter that we sent to President Trump on December 2nd. I appreciate all of your autographs and witness to that. I'm waiting to get back to America, right? You have no rights. You need to be vaccinated. And then that was it. I'm no longer persona non grata, as they say on the shows that I've done, the man without a country, as Michael says, right? Both Canada, China, and also in the States. But the moment that happens, you're going to see the immediate, I believe, capitulation for all of the other provinces, because Quebec has wanted to be separate since before it was forced into a facade of a confederation. And that facade, remember, is July 1, 1867 in Washington, D.C. The Canada Crown Corporation was established 4 years before number 19 sold out the United States of America Republic to the British imperialists in the city of London. And once that happens and Alberta goes, and Alberta is a sovereign nation, and it is the North Texas 100%, that immediately brings us into America's good graces from that standpoint. And you're talking to a fellow Albertan right here. So I'm very much excited about everything going on. And then you're going to have everybody else just kind of capitulate, go, geez, we're going to need this too. And I don't think there's any mastard waving a flag that's going to stop it from happening, because it will be overwhelming when you see zero income taxes, when you see sovereignty for your peace, for your people, your land, your community protected. And then you also know that you've got that walking softly, carrying a big stick type of a treaty going on with the Foxtrot Alpha FO. I think that's what people are going to start screaming for, because we have it worse in Venezuela than America does right now. And once the media gets after that ball, and the truth media, it's game over. I feel it's 1 year away. I wish it was a lot sooner, John, but I feel it's 1 year away. Maybe Sheila has some information from her sources, though.
Okay, well, thank you, Brad. Just want to say, what we're doing here, big 140,000 foot view, is we're freeing the world one country at a time. That's what's taking place, folks, and this will go on for decades, and it's a good thing, and it's an amazing time for all of us to be here. And the question people have to ask themselves when they look in the mirror is, what have I done to contribute to this course correction for humanity? Do something. Anyway, Sheila, thanks for being patient, and go any way you choose off the heels of what Brad was discussing, but also please comment on the president's statement at Davos about, we caught them, treason, execution, which he said before, as well as prosecutions coming soon. What do you see happening with that circumstance?
Well, I don't know if a lot of Americans really understand those were acts of war. 2020 were acts of war by even our allies, some of our Five Eyes. And so these acts of war are going to be dealt with. But to back up to that, there was a glorious thing that happened. And I don't know if people understand, they don't understand this Secretary of War. How did this happen? It's supposed to be Secretary of Defense. We've been defending all over the world on the other side of the world. We've been taking care of that hemisphere. and everything's been ignored in this hemisphere. And our guys have been fighting all these battles over there, and well, we've been vulnerable here. So there's a few things. What Brad was mentioning about Canada originally, a lot of Americans don't understand Canada was supposed to be part of America. And what a lot of people in Canada and America don't understand is we've always been controlled by England. It wasn't just the corporation. We've never been free. We've never been independent until President Trump. And in calling it the 51st state, he's already positioned it by him sitting with the Betsy Ross flag and making notations about it. He's already made his comment. When he was at the meeting in Canada that he had to be pulled away from, this is a few months ago now, when he was in that meeting, he was wearing a pin, and it had the American flag, and on the other side had the Canadian flag on the same pin. One was swinging up one direction, one was swinging up the other. And he had a 51st on the other lapel. So he was making the message. He's coding all the time. But by bringing us back to Department of War, people don't realize this. We were originally Department of War. We were not Department of Defense. War means you're ready and you are going to protect your own people. Department of Defense, we've been sent all over the world to take care of them. So what was really amazing about Davos and the preparation for that was in going to Secretary of War. Why? What Derek was mentioning about Fauci at Georgetown. I experienced the bioweapon targeting at a Linwood event. I was in bed for 6 months. A lot of people don't know the details. I don't focus on it. The other 5 speakers all did and died within a month. I lost 20 truth-speaking friends between July and December of 21 because of that bioweapon. But because I've lived, I found a patent. And this is the other side of it, Derek. The patent came out on 1/10 of 2017. It was 1/11 2017 when Fauci was at Georgetown saying, now what's crazy about this? This goes all the way back to our founding years. And that is that our government holds a % interest in that crazy US patent of a bioweapon to take us out. Our government holds a % interest. And that's what Jefferson and Adams were taken out for on our 50th anniversary, because Jefferson fought it from the beginning. The centralized bank started in 1791. And in 1791, Secretary Hamilton started at Philadelphia, and it went all the way from New York down to Savannah, Georgia within months. That was 1791. We were only after an inauguration of Washington in 1789. So there's been no freedom in any of this. And going from a defense mode to a war mode keeps us protected. It's a completely different environment. So here we go. Now back to, you wanted to mention about Davos. So WHO, all of this was known. They were all involved in it. It's a US patent now to create this bioweapon to take us out. The bioweapon has 19 ingredients in it, and it's CV19, and 19 is the power number of the other kingdom. So this is where we are in this whole situation. Now that's a lead up in order to get to WHO, WEF, and I'm going to lean into League of Nations, UN, and also NATO. A lot of people don't realize when he first came in, he made all of the other nations belly up to the situation that they weren't paying anything. So Americans were paying the whole bill. So now we've narrowed it down, but we're still paying over 70%. And what's happening? They're bombing the other side of the world, and we're paying to rebuild it. And then back in 2001 to 3, that being us bombing Iraq. And then we went and rebuilt it. In Afghanistan, and we rebuild it. We rebuild their communities, but not ours. So here's what's changed. This hemisphere is going to be the focus. And that's why he is adjusting everything. When he set up the peace board, there is nothing better than that. And he made sure it was done and completed and right in their face. He made sure that they understood about the WEF. You don't have the currency and censorship control over all the currencies and finances around the world. And WHO, you don't have anything to do with what we're going to do in our medical area, because we're going to clean all of this up. He made it so clear. And to me, he's already out of WHO. He's already out of WEF. He's completely restructured NATO in having this peace board. And that takes care of NATO, because why are we paying 70% to keep, sending our guys over and losing lives from our people on the Western Hemisphere, and then we pay to rebuild everything? Why has this been going on? And it never was going to stop. Remember that famous Zelensky day when it was 40 minutes into that speech, and then J.D. Vance came in and Zelensky said he made him mad? Well, Zelensky didn't understand J.D. Vance was asking the exact in order to what? Do the first audit of what was going over to Ukraine from our coffers, our taxes here in America. So all of that started a whole new situation. So what did Zelensky do? And all these pictures are in the new book because it was such a fantastic time to get it in the book, is that Zelensky then didn't understand that he wasn't operating properly with us. And then the Sun Tzu quote matches that when you have a leader that will do anything in order to be the leader, he will absolutely burn down his own country. And that's exactly what's been happening in the Ukraine. So the president has already prepared everything before he went to Davos. And I think this is true that he wasn't there last year. And this was his time to put all this together. And that's why when people say, I don't know that much is happening, they need to go and listen to the speech and listen to everything he did. And then when Caroline Levitt came out and did the final conclusion and that everybody had signed and they're already on this board and we're all going for peace and we're not going to be dealing with these organizations anymore. Now let's go back in time. If you go back to right around 2007 when they were doing the horrific rebuilding of the UN building in New York, President Trump was on with C-SPAN, and it was in the middle of the night. I was writing something, another business book, and I tuned in, and there he was in a private room meeting with a couple of the people. Did you know American public never knew that our Congress paid for all of this? The remodeling, when they said that they had to remodel the UN building, and the president made it very clear. He already knew that they were bringing in all this information in the diplomatic pouches, and they all wanted immunity in our country, and they bring huge entourages in, and we're supposed to give all of them immunity no matter what they do on our land. And he said, here's what you need to do. You need to sell that UN building. Any developer can make money on that, pay off all the bills that you've done, because they had some Italian architect. Every month they were redoing the plans, and every month he was getting like $600 million. It was just, this whole thing was just so out of whack. $600,000. And then you keep adding that up. And do you know President Trump was almost to the dollar of where he said they were going to be over budget if they didn't stop and change their ways. And they didn't stop and change their ways. And he predicted it, and it was exactly what they were going to end up with. He said, you need that UN connection to be off our shores. Make the money on the building in New York, and those guys need to not have immunity in our country. They can be offshores, and then we're free of that. We're free from the bills because you've made the money on the building. Let a developer make the money on it. You guys need to get out of this business. And so now what has he done? Now all this goes back to Federal Reserve, IRS, League of Nations, and a renegotiation of a contract and treaty with Mexico done by Woodrow Wilson. So when you put all of that together, I mean, the president is layering this. This is such a brilliant, brilliant unfolding of a plan for our future, because all of this was done to us. None of this was part of our Constitution. None of these bureaus were part of the Constitution. The reason why we can't even get the right candidates in the election process is because of Charles Joseph Bonaparte. They came in and set up the whole thing just like they had in Europe. And we don't really get to vote on anybody, because they started the National Municipality League, and that was set up by Bonaparte. He set up the agents of the FBI, the Bureau of Investigation, that then became the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And when he set all of this up, they have their own merit-based system on how they select what? The candidates that get to run for offices. And it says right in their structure, we only get to vote for 4. So President Trump has all of this ammunition that has been used against us. And he knows exactly what they've done to completely destroy us, to bring all of these illegals in, to make all of this happen. He knew all of this was developing. And in his 1 year, less than 1 year, there he is at Davos. There he is, making all of these arrangements. And he already had that peace board all set up. That was one of the brilliant meetings that I have witnessed in the history of all the coordination of all these different nations, because he has gone into and corrected everything in the process of the UN. He's gone in on NATO and corrected all of that. Go back to his speech at UN. Remember when they shut down the elevator and he couldn't take the elevator up to the area where he was going to be speaking, and then they muted his mic so nobody could hear in the entire room. There wasn't anybody who could hear anything he was saying because his mic was completely muted. So They've known that he's going to get these things corrected. And it doesn't matter the battles, it doesn't matter what he's facing. He has come through this in a level that I don't think anyone has witnessed with any other leaders. But now it's the same thing with Greenland. Greenland was announced this week about the Prime Minister of England was stating that Greenland should be controlled and run by the Greenlanders. So President Trump raised back, well, then that would be good if Britain could be run and controlled by Britain. And there's no way they're going to let anybody in Britain have any control. But that's what happened to Canada, is that now they're part of the Commonwealth, New Zealand Commonwealth. And that's why he said 51, 2, and 3. And everybody thought it was going to be Canada. And then they thought maybe Cuba, maybe something else. And then they thought it was going to be Greenland. And so I think it could be, there's interest, but they were part of the Five Eyes that were involved in the election. So that's why I keep saying it doesn't matter how fast this gets done. Everybody says they're impatient. Everybody says they're frustrated. Why is it taking so long? Why are people not being arrested? You're not going to see court-martial and tribunal arrests. And the military accountability letter handled this January 1 of 2024. It came out at 4 a.m., exactly as the moment the Georgia Guidestones were taken down. And that's because 4 is structure in their process. So obliterating the structure of the military structure that is the military industrial complex took place on January 1 of 2024. The next to the last sentence is, we will fight until we have resolved the two-tier justice system. But up in the third paragraph, it's all about the generals, the vice admirals, the rear admirals, the lieutenant colonels, the colonels, all of these flag officers from around the world. And it lists 3 lines, starting with General Milley. And then it says, and many more. Why and many more? Because Pete Hegseth, when they called everybody to Quantico, he said on a recorded video that he shared Sunday before the Tuesday meeting, and before the September 30 meeting. And so when he did that, he was saying, we used to have 6,000 troops for every general. And now, we're barely at 1,400. I mean, so everything had changed, all of these people out there, but nobody knew until the summons went out. Did you know that the British Commonwealth owns most of those, or set up most of those bases all around the world? Those are also the same locations for the CIA. And I went over this with Jaco in a previous interview and surprised him. Robert David Steele gave a complete description of the 7 CIA. There are 7 completely different, independent. And if you're in one area of the CIA, you don't know about anything in the other 6. And so that brief video I sent to Jaco, and we may cover it the next time we come together for an interview, but we have not understood how deep the evil is. But this evil is what the Pilgrims knew before they came to America. And so they lived with the grooming through the churches and the schools and the structuring. Everything they came to America and did to us had already been done all around the world. And we just weren't aware. But back in the 1800s, nobody traveled more than 5 or 10 miles, but without spending a night if you took a carriage. I mean, it's just, people don't understand the lack of connectivity back in that time as to how we ended up here. How is it, what happened with Canada? If they were supposed to be part of America, how come they aren't part of America? Britain had this all controlled from the beginning. We were under the control, and I kept saying when they did the corporation and then they put us back under the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that's when it happened. Guys, it happened within 24 months, less than 24 months of us being with the president inaugurated in 1789. That's how fast this happened in America. So the takeover before we were self-governing is what we're dealing with. And everything goes back to that. How dare the government have a % interest in a bioweapon to target its own people? No, that is completely against our Constitution. That centralized banks, the government held a % interest, and that's what Jefferson said. You cannot do this. And he said, once there's an evil, then the republic is corrupted, and you cannot just try and fix that evil or replace that evil. You have to do exactly what President Trump and our Department of War are doing right now.
What a brilliant analysis and dot connecting from so many perspectives throughout history. Thank you for that. And, quick comment. Robert David Steele is sorely missed. We could certainly use him today. And the footage that's out there, some people are posting, is well worth circulating around. That gentleman was spot on. Had the opportunity to talk with him several times on camera and off camera. Anyway, also one comment about the UN building. Let's just all envision them getting thrown out of there at some point in the near future and turning it into a Trump Tower just for fun. I would like to see that happen. Let me take this next question. Sheila's already covered the Board of Peace. Let's go around the panel with the other three members. Just briefly, give us your analysis of the Board of Peace. What is the president really doing from your perspective with this? And what do you think the full effect will be a little bit down the line? Because he moved as you said, Sheila, it had been well planned out. But once it was released, it just moved very, very quickly. In fact, Cambodia just came in with their $1 billion to be a part of it. Mike, if you want to comment on the Board of Peace, we'll be brief on this because I got two more questions I want to get to before we wrap up the show. So take it away, Michael.
Yeah, the Board of Peace, basically, Russia said, yeah, we'll come in. You just need to unfreeze, some of the money you guys froze, and you can take $1 billion and we'll be part of it. So it is, of course, Russia is involved with Ukraine very heavily, and I think they're doing a good job of taking out a lot of those Nazis. So I'm good with that. One of the questions we're going to deal with in a little bit, the Nazi seem to have a little help with their technology. So I think that this is going to move in the right direction. If you're having everybody talk about peace and work on peace and have technologies that help each other and have free trade and so forth, like between each other, like we've seen in the distant past where we didn't have any conflict. Tartaria, I've looked at that very deeply. I think we have the same situation that's coming up again. Those technologies were, blocked, eliminated, extinguished, and so forth. They'll come back. America has all these technologies. We're ready to, unleash them. We just need peace in the world to do that. Because if we give it to the bad guys, they'll use it for evil purposes. So the peace initiative is definitely something that's going to make a major impact. It's going to go forward. It will evolve into something much greater, and it will take over the world and shut down the war machine. I mean, we've seen war completely stop in the near term because we had how about that? So we can do this. It's very easy. We just have to shut down like they did. All of our industries, all of our lock us away in our homes and so forth. They need to be locked away, and once that happens, then there won't be any more wars. So the peace initiative is definitely going to be amazing.
Yes, and it's one big surprise to me once I started to hear that term, and I'm amazed how quickly countries are coming aboard into this. I believe it's unstoppable, and what a wonderful thing to actually have an initiative collectively throughout countries in the world for peace versus what the United Nations and other entities have done over these decades. Derek, Board of Peace, anything you'd like to contribute?
Well, I'm always going to go back. I always keep it pretty steady and handy right here, but this whole thing is an operation. Like every aspect that we keep talking about, it sounds like a broken record, but it's a beautiful broken record. So it didn't come together fast and happen fast. That was strategically planned back here. And then what people are watching is that what the target audience is seeing, it's real time to them. But if you're a patriot or you read and studied everything that's been put together for you, it's not real time. That's why it looks so fast and rapid. 2017 and 2018, 2019, the capitulations then, those are those leaders now, right? That's when the real action took place. Talking about Obama, going back to Obama, when the real election was, the coup and all that was 2016. And I know it's hard for people to comprehend, but there was no other way that President Trump could have pulled this off as a president, as just a regular Donald J. Trump. There's no way whatsoever. So all of it. Now, Hyundai, a buddy of mine that really should be on these shows too sometimes, even though he's not military, but he's defense contract back before President Trump kept that promise. But he's a good guy with the doomsday plane. And, he sent me a text the other day, and it's a Hyundai commercial. And they're driving, and it's just like action, looks like a movie, and then they swirl around, and then the guy takes his mask off, and he goes, "I am the villain," and then the guy goes, "I knew it was you," like that. So, and the voice narration is the guy who played in Ozark, right, which was a money cartel trafficking, right? So they're showing people, and Melania, right? The movie coming out this Friday, right? All these things. Then the Emmys or whatever that was the other day when opening line, she said, haven't made a movie in 5 to 6 years, right? So all these things are tying in. 4 years ago, Memorial Day 2025, and July the 4th, 2026. He was like, that will be the golden age, and moving it. Golden age to me will not be still tyranny. People, even me, I give libtards grief on X because they're fun to mess with. But in the depth, I don't want to argue with anybody. We, veterans especially, we're the ones who you really should want in your back pocket because we don't care what you live like, who you marry, we don't care about that, right? Because we know how to live and let live. We know how to integrate. We know how to tell jokes. And Jaco and Brad, we know this more than anybody. The more they told us to not do things joke wise and saying certain things, the more we did it because that's what created that camaraderie. That's what created
From this video clip, they're stopping people now from buying gold, physical gold and silver. This is a sign that the Western-led financial system is collapsing.
Now they are blocking the exits into gold and silver, aka capital controls, or banking restrictions on how you can spend your money. Let me explain. I work for a full-service gold and silver, physical gold and silver dealer, and today we had multiple clients who are trying to wire us funds to purchase gold and silver to escape the failing fiat system, and guess the banks are no longer allowing the wires to go through, not just to us, but to any precious metals company.
The majority of us are aware that the current United States government is dysfunctional and criminal. The United States set up the international architecture that existed since World War II, and when they set it up, they were a good country. They were in favor of democracy, human rights, free trade, and all sorts of nice things, and they were helping other countries. Now, however, it is obvious to everybody that the country has been taken over by a group of very, very sociopathic, Satan-worshipping criminals. And the Chinese and the Europeans and the Canadians and the rest of the world are joining hands to overthrow the Donald Trump criminal regime and the Khazarian mafia who are behind them. This is going to happen. It will happen. It is happening. Here, listen to a Chinese expert describe the situation.
It is the United States which has kept talking about the value-based or the rule-based international order. Where are the rules, first of all? Then they also talked about the values, as if their values are superior to other countries' values. Where are their values? Are their values just a plunge from the top of the mountain into the abyss of the rule of the jungle, for example, to plunder other countries' assets, to disregard other countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity, or to come up with any justification they can think about to seize Greenland from the people in Greenland, as well as from the sovereign country that is Denmark. So don't be fooled by such falsifications and pretenses, for example. They don't even care about international law. They only care about what they believe should serve their own selfish interests. This is probably the darkest moment in the US history. I've called that the history will look back upon this period of time as the beginning of the end of Pax Americana. We are truly living in epoch-making period of time, and whatever you say, whatever you do, will make the world better or worse, depending on what you are doing. And I don't think Mr. Ludwig's remarks in Davos will make America great again. It will reveal the true color of the United States in front of the whole world.
He is right. This is the worst crisis in the history of the United States. We have an openly criminal government that's carrying out theft and killing people without any excuse other than that it wants to take money and oil. And this cannot be allowed to continue, and it will not be allowed to continue. And it's not going to be militarily that difficult to deal with these people. Listen to Professor Jeffrey Sachs for a minute to talk about who we're dealing with.
A net worth this morning of $2.3 trillion. Elon wants to raise it by $1 trillion, but already the 10 richest Americans have 2.3 trillion of wealth. That's a lot for 10 people, 10 individuals. That's not 10 companies. That's not 10 clans. That's 10 people. But they also happen to own a lot more. They own the White House. They installed the vice president. They determine U.S. government policy. They will own the cryptocurrencies, which will become our main currencies. They own all of the big platforms on which we communicate. They own YouTube, of course, which is the channel where I'm able to say sometimes things that are not in the U.S. government's liking, but I don't know for how long. They own my email address. They own the full knowledge of every keystroke I've made in the last 10 years, no doubt. They own my privacy. They own the newspapers like the Washington Post, owned by Jeffrey Bezos. They will own TikTok shortly, TikTok USA, because Larry Ellison is buying it on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu, and Ellison will give it to his son as a nice gift. He's already given to his son Paramount Studios, Paramount Media, and CBS News. It's quite a world. And that's just 10 or so Americans. So we're in a very strange concentration of power, I think the likes of which we've never seen before. It has already destroyed democracy. We are democratic in form only, but we don't have a sensible non-democratic system. We have a privatized system, which is quite different. In China, which is not a democracy, it is a technocracy, and the business sector is subordinate to the government, clearly, as Jack Ma found out. In the United States, it's the other way around, which is the government is subordinate to the particular corporate class now of the big tech sector. So we're in a governance adventure as well. The difference of the utopian and the dystopian vision of AI is politics. Will there be general well-being depends on how we use our surplus. If all the surplus goes to the top, then we will have mass impoverishment.
Basically, it's about 10 individuals who have to be arrested in order to shift the balance. And I would add Jared Kushner and Benjamin Netanyahu to this list of people who need to be removed. But by now, the evidence is overwhelming. The governments of the West, especially now the United States and Israel, were seized by members of the Chabad Lubavitch cult who, in their own writings, make it very clear they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And they've also been trying very hard to start World War III, and they're going to keep trying to start World War III because they don't want to be arrested, which is why they have ignored the law and refused to release the Epstein files. As far as I can tell, they are now in exile in Switzerland. I don't know if the fake Trump will be allowed to return to the United States or not. I sure hope not. But there's a lot I cannot talk about, but I can tell you there's been some very high-level coordination between very powerful forces, including the Europeans and, well, basically everywhere in the world except for Israel and the United States and a few of their slave states, maybe 10 countries in all. But overall, it's going to end. And what's going to happen is the system of Babylonian debt slavery will be ended. The control of the financial system will be once again connected to the real world and to real people, and it will be working for the people. And there's going to be a jubilee. All the debt's going to be written off, and all the money that was stolen through central bank fraud will be returned. This is going to happen. It is happening. We're doing it. And it's not just going to be words on a screen. It'll be action. So the thing to watch out for is how much longer this obviously mentally unstable fake Trump is going to be allowed to bloviate before he is arrested. That's what we need to watch. He may try to flee, but I don't think there's anywhere on this planet he'll be safe anymore. Because, as I've mentioned before, this is a fraud who replaced the real Donald Trump after June of 2025, and he has to be removed. And if you're in Joint Chiefs of Staff and the U.S. military, you have a duty to remove the person who is impersonating your commander in chief. And we'd also like to point out that if you don't start working with white hats after January 31st, you're not going to get your paychecks. We've got to end this. Enough is enough. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Evan, we have our first question for today. It says, when I was reading your report on Tuesday morning, as usual, the 10-year JGB market started to crash. As you wrote in the report, the Taikachi Moonies scandal is the reason for the election and the Japanese economy to crash just before the election due to the scandal and market crash. Is Japan going to be the first domino to fall?
There's a good chance of that. The Asian secret societies are saying that this is the end of the Takechi government. And remember, she works for Asotaro, and Asotaro's daughter is married to a Rothschild. And so she's a slave of a slave. She's not the prime minister of Japan. What I think what we're seeing in Japan is some rats bailing the ship, leaving the ship, selling their assets, trying to get out while they can, and that's probably going to continue. I'll be meeting with the head of the Three-Legged Crow Secret Japanese Society soon, and I'll have a lot more to report about it after that. But I believe that Japan is going to become an independent country for the first time since the 1860s. So it'll be very different, but good and friendly. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I have to take issue with this continuous white dragon offer of $100 trillion to save the world. Where is this money? Who earned it? And how did it stay hidden? If this money is in China presently in the form that it is in, why do you think China will agree to let it go? Then again, why should we need this debt when a ledger note that needs nothing more than a delete button is what the debt really is? So in essence, the WDs are trying to pull a fast one, saying they will eliminate all debt when a delete button can do that in a microsecond. They're basically trying to take control through fear and confusion and chaos, just like any other enemy would do. And why are you so adamant to push this?
Okay, first of all, it's not going to be debt. Okay, you're not going to have to pay it back. This will be given to you, and that's it. There's no debt. It's not debt slavery. It's a grant. Second of all, what you need to understand about the world's gold is that most of the world's gold is now in Asia. And what happened was this gold was blacklisted by the Khazarian mafia controllers of the Western financial system because if they could recognize that gold as money, then all power would have gone to the Asians. So most of the gold that they have is blacklisted. It doesn't have the right stamps on it. But now the West has run out of their gold. They don't have any more. And the Asians have offered to write off all your debt. And the thing you need to understand about the debt to Asia is that it wasn't like the Federal Reserve Board where they just create money out of nothing and then put you in debt for nothing. This is money that was owed for things like cars, computers, oil, real things, okay? And if you suddenly say that's it, no more debt, then you will stop being able to buy stuff from the rest of the world. So it's not like the fake money created out of nothing. This is actually based on real commercial transactions. But like I say, the Asians are trying to help the American people get rid of their satanic government, and then but they're not going to try to rule the United States or the West. They simply want to remove the infection that has taken place, and it'll be the West who decides our own economic future, not the Asians. But again, I repeat, this money is not debt; it's a grant. You don't have to pay it back, and it is backed by gold. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In previous reports, you have stated that the U.S. military won't act on behalf of the fake Trump. So how was he able to send in special forces to remove Maduro? And now he is mobilizing aircraft carriers to the Middle East for a possible strike on Iran. Has the situation changed where the U.S. military is now taking orders from the fake Trump? And if so, why?
The U.S. military is very scared. What's happened is in the case of Venezuela, when they were ordered to attack, the military explained that we can't attack. We don't have the resources. So they came up with a scheme instead to kidnap the president, who was, he's Jewish and actually was in on the whole thing, we now know. But that's all they could do. They couldn't actually go and seize the Venezuelan oil fields. So now they're just pretending they seized them, but they didn't actually get control. And in the case of Greenland, the same thing. Trump ordered a military attack on Greenland, and the military said, what are we going to attack? There's no target. We already have a military base there. This is nonsense. It doesn't make sense. What are we supposed to attack? And so they didn't. And in the case of Iran, Iran has let the West know through Switzerland that they have nuclear weapons. And again, they don't mind, sending their aircraft carrier nearby and chest thumping as a negotiating tactic. But they know very well that any further attempt to attack Iran will lead to the end of Israel. And I believe the end of Israel is coming, but no Jewish people are going to be hurt. No one is going to be killed. It's just what's going to be happening is a crime syndicate that took over that country is going to be removed as a part of a police action. But the people of Israel will be liberated, not, prosecuted. But just watch and see. The military is not going to start World War III for a bunch of Satan worshiping gangsters. It's not going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Would you please check in with your sources and find out what has happened with the real President Donald J. Trump, if you are not currently aware, and if there's any way he may be able to return publicly soon?
My main sources for the real Donald Trump were U.S. military intelligence and then a senior member of the U.S. Space Force. And they used to tell me that when things got rough, the real Trump hung out in Cheyenne Mountain Base in Colorado or else in the Pacific Air Base in Greenland. But he has not been seen by these people since June of last year. He's missing. We don't know what happened to him. But I think at this point, we're going to have to not wait for him and take action ourselves. And as you know, Prime Minister Mark Carney has made it clear the Canadian Army is ready to fight to help the American people. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota has activated the National Guard to protect the people of Minnesota from these Israeli mercenaries pretending to be ICE agents. And again, for various reasons, we don't want the enemy to know what we're doing. I can't say many things, but I guarantee you that there's some very serious military action being planned to finally end this nightmare. And I think that's why they're all hiding in Switzerland right now. But this cannot be allowed to continue. And this week, the report is not going to be a very long one because we need action, not words. And I behind the scenes, there's been very serious contacts made with very powerful players. This is the real deal, folks, and you're going to see it to believe it. Don't believe it till you see it, but something fundamental is going to be changing. And the sooner we make it happen, the better, because by this point, a critical mass knows that the current U.S. administration is dysfunctional, it's criminal. They're stealing oil from other countries' tankers and then putting it in their own personal accounts. They're trying to, invade countries and steal their property it's a criminal gang, and it's now openly so. And plus, they're trying to cover up. This is all factual, and it's going to come out, and we're going to make sure these people never ever get in power again. Enough is enough. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week, where I'll try to offer a more detailed summary of what's happening in the world. But right now, everything's in flux, and it's all going to change very quickly, very soon. But it'll be for the good. I guarantee you, the White Hats are going to win this one, but everybody must do what they personally can to make it happen. So let's do it.
I'll say California. I don't want to give away my location, so sometimes I get crazies, but we were at a very interesting mastermind group, David Meltzer. Looks like we're going to be collaborating on LifeWave and so forth, so we'll talk more about that soon, but I've never been to a mastermind group that everyone in the room was like in the love vibration. All right. Everybody was talking about it. It's unbelievable. So really good day, really good group of people, fascinating stories told and heard by all. And so I'll be sharing more about that in the near future. So it could be seen, LifeWave going to another level again, being shared with a larger and larger audience. So very interesting times, very exciting times, as we're going to see in the future. So the next cold front that's coming is going to be brutal, right? So we've already seen some brutal activity from the, all these waves of Arctic air coming all the way down to the southern areas of United States, and might get some flurries in Tampa, Florida. How about that? And I was predicting that, I thought it would come sooner, but I was predicting this a couple of years ago, actually. So let's look at a little piece of this from Ryan Hall, y'all, and get a little bit insight of what's coming. Bomb cyclone. Wow.
Signal is growing for a major East Coast storm. Are you guys ready? Let's get right into talking about it. Here we go. Here's that big day 4 winter storms outlook, which covers an area from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, up to Charlotte, up to Beckley, West Virginia, all the way through the I-95 corridor between Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, up to Providence. Boston, you're not covered here, but you'll be in the day 5 outlook. This is also covering an area from Raleigh to Virginia Beach to Richmond, which is actually the highest confidence area right now. I would actually maybe upgrade this spot to a 30% in the next outlook. Yeah, we've got a potentially pretty big snowmaker on the way. Here's what we're looking at for Sunday into Monday on the day 5 outlook. We're still highlighting an area along the coast, but this time we're including Boston, most of the state of New Hampshire, and all of Maine. And then you can see that there is a 30% area hiding out here in Nova Scotia. That might expand down to the west as we go forward. All right, let's talk about this setup. First of all, we are going to continue to have cold air locked in place here from the northern plains down into the Ohio Valley, through the Great Lakes and into the Northeast. This is why the storm is going to be able to exist. We have a lot of cold air in place. Additionally, over the next few days, we're going to have somewhat of an atmospheric river up here in the Pacific Northwest. So
all right, so the beginnings of those atmospheric rivers coming back to the West Coast, right? So you guys might remember I predicted there were going to be many of them. We've not had many. We've had several, but I think we still have several to go. All right, so I think we're going to probably see some cold weather reinvest into the Pacific Northwest. And then it will start to filter down, and we'll get some more of these atmospheric rivers come in, and lots more snow dump, because we need the snow up here or up there. I'm down in the south now, where that snow basically accumulates and then melts nice and slow and feeds all the tributaries, keeps everything full and very wet, and we need the wetness, right? So I saw it. Yes, I'm I won't say that I'm skeptical, but, it is getting a little bit later in the season. So we'll see, what's going to happen with this snow as we move forward as far as the Northwest, right?
On just the East Coast, where we have weather happening in Washington and Oregon, we're going to have a moderate atmospheric river situation taking place up there. But let me scroll back and show you the two pieces of energy that are linking together. You can see this clipper here very faintly coming across the Great Lakes down into St. Louis on Friday around 4 a.m. We might have some flurries in St. Louis down to Jonesboro, Arkansas, and we might have some thunderstorms out here over the Gulf. And then all that energy is going to link together. It's going to start bringing the cold air very far south. That 540 line goes past New Orleans on Saturday at 7 a.m. We could have snow breaking out all the way back beyond Nashville over here to the Mississippi River again. It'll be light snow, and the heavy snow is going to start breaking out over here in the North Carolina area, potentially around 7 a.m. on Saturday. And notice how everything just kind of blows up as our low pressure center here could potentially drop 24 millibars in 24 hours, making it a bomb cyclone. A lot of people are saying that that's a hype phrase, and it kind of is, but it's real. Like, it's an actual scientific term. Like, a cyclone that undergoes bombogenesis is a bomb cyclone. I mean, I'm sorry. It's what it is. I don't make the daggone words here, son. And then as you can see here, we could potentially have a 978 millibar low pressure center on February 1st around 7 a.m. And the lower that pressure gets, the more intense the snow's going to be on the backside and the stronger the winds are. I mean, we're going to be talking about an actual...
All right, so we're going to see a lot more weather coming in for the East Coast, and it's going to potentially turn into a bomb cyclone, which will really kick those numbers up into the feet or more. So we're very, we're in that cycle that I've been talking about for years, where it's going to get colder and colder and colder, and moving that direction. It's crazy times for all of those that haven't been paying attention, didn't realize this was coming, but here it is. Now you guys know, at least you guys that are paying attention. So let's look at the next one, a little bit, talking about the Florida potential flurries. So this is Weatherman Plus.
We have new impacts and chances for some Gulf effect snow to happen over here for portions of Florida, maybe even going all the way into Tampa. Now, this will not add up to a lot, but you could see some flurries as you get these cold temperatures going across to warmer waters. Now, as far as the snowfall for the next 72 hours, this is not the full forecast. This is only 72 hours. It will raise up to more impacts. But you can see over here for portions of Georgia, you're going to see a little bit. All the way from South Carolina towards Virginia is where it starts to get really.
All right, so really starting to kick up again. You guys have been hit on the East Coast with all this cold weather, unusually cold, record-setting snows. You're going to get a little bit more, right? And this is the way it's going to be into the future, because that's the way things are rolling, right? All the lies that we've been told by these evildoers, Al Gore, inconvenient lies, right, that he told. He said that there wouldn't be any more snow at this point. He's actually long ago. We shouldn't have been having any more snow. Melting of the glaciers, all kind of crazy stuff. A lot of us, believed his pseudoscience, but that's what it was. It was pseudo. It was lies. It was bullshit. And it was to control the consciousness of humanity and move us into Green New Deal, where they're going to make tremendous amounts of money, trillions and trillions of dollars, stealing our money. And all those businesses that they started, Green New Deal, green energy and all that kind of stuff, that went bankrupt with billions and billions of dollars. Thank you, Obama. So all of these people that basically stole our money, they need to be arrested. And now a lot of us, as we're seeing now, a lot of us are going to freeze and have a lot of problems because they lied to us. They pushed us in the wrong direction. We should have been building up power plants and so forth for the coming cold. And they're lying to us about global warming coming, right? So just these criminals are just so disgusting to me. Tried to warn everybody that this was all bullshit. And sometimes we don't find out, or most people don't find out till they're in it and deep in the snow that shouldn't be there, right? So let's look at some other things that are going on. there's going to be arrests. Tom Holman is talking about, massive arrests that are coming, and they're not going to stop. They're just going to start. They're going to start arresting. I said this 2 days ago. They just need to go in, and whoever's like impeding, yes, there's free speech. Yes, there's freedom of protest, but there is not. You cannot impede law enforcement or federal officers from doing their job, trying to save the communities from Somali warlords and criminals. And this is coming up. So Ilhan Omar supposedly had someone spray her with some kind of toxic, chemical or something like that. Now we're finding out that was a setup and it's bullshit. All right. So more and more this stuff, and President Trump is calling again for her to be deported. I don't think she should be deported. I think she should be tried for all the money she stole. All right. So they're coming up with even higher numbers. It was 30 million. I think it's up to $50 million now. Where did that money come from? That money needs to be returned to the American people. It was stolen from American people. So don't send her back to Somalia. She go back there and live like a queen, with all that money. I don't agree with that. All right. So whatever happens. But here's Stephen Gardner, just exposed, Waltz on another level. And so this is an interesting one here. Let's listen to this just for a sec and get some more insights of what's going on there in Minneapolis.
Question for you. Lots going on in the state of Minnesota. I know that you are with Wisconsin, but according to the New York Post, St. Paul Police Federation President Mark Ross argued that if Governor Walz had allowed local police to work with ICE versus against ICE, we could have avoided all of the protests, the damage, the deaths. Why do you think the governor?
So the governor, as we know, and the mayor were stopping the police force. They wanted to do away with the police force. Remember, after the George Floyd riot, they wanted to just do away with all the police force. And they definitely came in and downsize the police force, because that would allow them to do more criminal activity if they don't have the same size police force. And that's what they did. So during that time, over the last 5 years or so, we have had congressmen and women that have come forward and said, hey, we got a lot of fraud going on here. So they took away and they just ignored it. And those people that spoke up, they, went after them, lots of crazy stuff that's going on there. And it's being exposed. So imagine all of these people having been exposed all the way back then. How many billions of dollars would have been saved? And the people of Wisconsin wouldn't have all their money stolen, or Minnesota wouldn't have all their money stolen, and all that money could have gone into programs that would have benefited them. It's not probably ever going to be returned. It's probably all gone.
And the mayor were working so hard to create chaos in their own city. Could it have something to do with the fraud, shifting the blame from the Somali community over onto ICE? Your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, they're radical leftists, but I'm glad to hear there's.
So Senator Ron Johnson doesn't pull any punches. Of course, he gets shut down. Now he's not going to be shut down. So he's really exposing, and he's coming hard at the criminality that's going on. And I was in a show last night. You'll see it on my channel probably Friday with Sheila Holm. The military group got together, and we had Sheila Holm on there, and on John Michael's site. And so I think that we're going to have some very good turnouts in a lot of cities of criminals that are going to burn these cities. Like Minnesota has been spared, I think. Will they be able to spare the other 14 or 15 cities that are, in the window of being destroyed? Remains to be seen. But Minneapolis, I think, has been saved. We'll see.
Sandy, Minnesota. I still have siblings that live in Minnesota. They are appalled by what's happening there. But step back. The reason those tragedies occurred in Minnesota, the reason that Laken Riley and Rachel Morin are dead, and many, 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 many more victims of crime committed by illegal immigrants, is because of the Democrats' open border policy, where they've allowed millions of people, and including those millions are drug and sex traffickers. And the left creates a condition. They encouraged, they incentivized, they incited these protesters.
All right. Somebody in the chat said they're starting in Philly. They're also starting in Oregon, probably Portland. I just saw a thing that Oregon, they were starting to riot in Oregon. I haven't looked at it yet. I've been masterminding today, and so somebody came into my chat on X and said that that'll never happen in Philly. And I was like, what do you know? Because I strongly feel that it's going to happen in Philly. And now you're saying in the chat that it is happening in Philly. I think Philly is one of the cities that basically gets destroyed. But we'll see. Maybe Minneapolis won't be destroyed. So it remains to be seen. The Texas Republic would never have problems like this. But I'm very skeptical, guys. I'm very skeptical. Dallas, I've been to Dallas many times. I think Dallas could possibly end up being a problem area, right? So Houston and, of course, Aspen, or not Aspen, what's the other city? Anyway, so there's KDSE in there. What's the capital of Texas? Jeez, my head's in a different place. So I think there's going to be several cities that we would Austin. Yes, thank you. So Austin is it was back during George Floyd, and I know that I was saying that Austin was going to be a target, and then I got contacted by some insiders who said, don't worry, we're going to make sure Austin doesn't get riots, George Floyd type riots. And, it was hit and miss there in Austin for a little bit, but they did come in and basically clean up. I heard from there were people that come in and basically took down a lot of people that were going to do rioting. So you people of Texas, you need to be heads up. I know they're coming after Texas. Who came in and did the 9/11 attacks? Islamists, right? And even before that, Islamists. There's lots of information that the CIA basically covered up the attacks so that they could happen. Right? And I'm going to get more people on. I've already had, people on talking about that John Brennan, treason. So John Brennan basically makes sure, because he had control of all of the information that was coming about terrorists. And so he controlled it without giving information to the FBI. So it went down. Now we know there's a lot of suspect stuff there with 9/11. All right. CGI, no planes really flying into the buildings, demolitions inside the buildings, all kinds of crazy stuff. So I'm not saying that, it's those were terrorists that did that. I'm saying that they were also involved, and maybe they got on the planes after they'd, created these terrorists, made way for these terrorists. These terrorists got on the planes, and then they flew those planes somewhere else while, the CGI went into the buildings. All right. And then they made these terrorists, or real terrorists, like responsible. It's like, look, these terrorists, flew the planes in, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit, right? So doesn't mean that those terrorists weren't there. I believe they were. Just like I've said that a lot of disinformation is going out from both sides, right? Disinformation is just we're at disinformation war, going back and forth on both sides. All right, it being exposed, the other side exposing all kinds of crazy stuff. This is an information war, not just a kinetic war, which we're seeing just now starting in Minneapolis. All right. And it looks like it's getting ready because they're focused on Minneapolis. Everyone's focused on Minneapolis. Imagine I would do this, and because I'm talking this, I'm probably revealing that this is about to happen because I've seen this happen all over the Middle East. They would focus on one area. Everybody's focused on that, and then boom, 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 all over the Middle East. Right? Boom, 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 boom. Terrorist attack, terrorist attack, terrorist attack. All right. So more U.S. cities are going to get hit, guys. It's a given. So you guys down in Texas, you got a lot of Islamists down there, a lot, and they're trying to take over your state. So you have to be really heads up down there in Texas. Governor Abbott has let those guys slide in there, I believe. All right. So that boy needs to be removed. All right. You need a new governor that's going to do the right thing. So you got some good people running. Get some real good people running. So I've had one of them on my show. We'll probably do some more shows with them. But you guys in Texas, you got to be heads up. I've been feeling it, and I got some other people that are in Texas that are feeling it too. So just a heads up down there, guys. I don't want to see my Texas bros and gals get hammered. All right. You guys got to be really, really heads up down there because they're coming for you. All right. So we're going to see this all over the country. In the meantime, we're seeing a collapse. And we're seeing a collapse in we've seen other people talk about this. Like I said, we had a lot of people on our show last night. You won't see it till Friday, but we had a lot of people on our show who were talking about, these attacks are coming. It's time. We'll see the collapse of the economic system. Of course, Sheila Holmes talking about, 14 cities are going to get hit. So you got an economic collapse that's coming. The banksters, basically, they got to go. Federal Reserve goes. IRS goes. All these things, we want these things to go, but there's going to be some pain before the new system cranks up. And everybody, gets Nassar Jassar type situation. It won't be exactly like that, but it'll be, people are going to get the money that has been stolen from us. So the people in Wisconsin, they're going to get their money back. Minneapolis, they're going to get their money back. I think that's going to get returned. All right. So in the meantime, the criminals have to be taken out, because if they're still here and the good money starts to get distributed to good people, they're going to take advantage of them. So we have to go through this pain cycle. Not for all of us. If you guys have been investing in silver, you're very happy right now, aren't you? Yes. It's not too late. It's not too late. But as far as like the amount of money profit that you can make is starting to, get tighter and tighter, but there's still a massive opportunity. I think 400% returns on silver this year are not out of the question. I think it's like maybe there'll be more. All right, so maybe there'll be more returns. It could be one of those times that I'm wrong on the high end that I'm pushing, which has been hit. All right, so let's look at what's going on. So in China today, they halted silver trading. Halted it. Recent trading in China's only pure play silver fund was briefly halted due to overwhelming demand and concerns about unsustainable price premiums. Now, you guys know that I've said that we're probably going to get to the place where silver will be unobtainium, right? You won't be able to get it. All the silver shops will be out, right? The price of silver is rising so rapidly they had to halt trading in China. China's precious metals frenzy sparks protest as risk grows. Why China's only silver fund halted trading, what it means. China's silver fund halts trading as frenzy drives up premium. So their premium, I think, right now is 127. we're still down around, let me see, I think we hit 120 a little while ago. Yes, that's U.S. futures trading silver. Hit 120. Let me see, is it still the same? Yeah, pull back a little bit. So it hit, well, not 120, it hit 119.51. So you guys might remember my high end for this week was 125. Is Mike going to be wrong for the first time? Well, not the first time. I've been wrong several times. I'm still a little bit human, although God does help me out quite a bit. But sometimes he doesn't give me names like Austin, so I don't know. So so I'm still, as human as I can be with all this God energy streaming through me. So hopefully I'm helping a lot of you. Now, gold, I think right now it's 5,500. What the heck happened? Right? It just blew up. So I think it hit the high was probably, yep, right there, 5,600 on gold. So unbelievable numbers. Platinum up records, palladium up in records, Bitcoin pulling back still, no profits in Bitcoin. So if you're in the miners, you're happy with me too, because I recommended miners. All right, SIL-J, SIL, GDX, GDXJ, SBSW, all of them, since I got into them, are way over 50%. And I haven't been in them long. It's like 6 weeks or something. I started talking about it and I got into it. So you have over 50% profit if you're into the miners. Now, miners, you're like, the miners are sometimes they don't go up as much as silver. So you look at silver right now, it's up 3.6%, and the miners are only up like 1%, 1.5%. Well, they go up when silver pulls back still, a lot of times, but they're going to go up a lot more. So when I said silver be unobtainium, you will be able to still invest in the ETFs, right? So these are all ETFs, electronic traded funds, and the miners. So the miners are going to continue to give you really good returns. Here's platinum. Like I said, platinum, hitting all-time highs yesterday. A little bit of a pullback, I guess, in the futures trading right now. But yesterday or today, I don't know. It looks like today. So today it looks like it hit 27.62, somewhere around in there. So that's an all-time high for it. So platinum, all the precious metals basically blowing up. The miners blowing up. So you need to be in them. And that's, why do you want to be in them? Because they're going to give you great returns and help you survive. As this is God's money. God wants you to be successful so that when times get tough, you're able to survive, and not only survive, thrive, right? And this is what I used to, when I taught the, survival courses and tracking survival, spirituality, remote viewing, all that kind of stuff. You don't want to, if things get really bad, you don't want to survive. You want to thrive. So that should be your mentality. So your mentality going forward is you're going to thrive, right? Keep that in your mind. In your mind, you will attract. You will attract that. That's the way this universe works, guys. Right? I've been teaching this for a long time. That's fantastic. You're saying 400 end of 2026, 100%, Jacob. I'm saying 500 end of 2026. So that's just like the last time we had an explosion in silver prices. Same time frame. It went up 409%. So we're in that window to have the same type of returns, or maybe even greater, right? Because silver is on fire like never before in history. Its demand is like never before in history. It had a cup and handle pattern that was like 45 years in the making. Nothing has been like that ever, right? So you're going to see silver like explode, and it's still not too late to get in. So you get silver right now, like 100, 115, and you get it at 515, and the end of the year, potentially, right? Maybe less, maybe more. So you have to be, flexible. A lot of you guys have invested in things that are a lot more squirrely. I invested in XRP. It was like, I don't know why. I had a dream. It's like, get in everything in XRP. I was like, what am I doing? And it blew up. And then I was like, okay, that's it. That's it, gang. Now put it in silver. So if you'd put it in silver when I told you to, you'd have not only the 500% gains that you had in XRP, but you'd also have another 200 and going on another 400. All right. So it's definitely a once in a lifetime opportunity, a once in a multi-generational opportunity, and God wants you to be part of it. All right. So don't hesitate, guys. If you got, funds and that you're invested in the stock market, you need to have some of that in gold or silver or both. All right. So, Dr. Kirk Elliott, it's down in the description box, KEPM.com. Tell them Jaco sent you, and they'll hook you up. All right. Free consultation. So if you're not in it yet, shame on you. You've been missing out. You're going to miss out even more going forward, I believe. All right. And those of you that have been investing, you love me, don't you? Yeah, I love you too. I love you back. All right. So God is with you. If you're, thinking of silver, get in it. That's God's money, and He'll take care of you. All right, guys. I think that this crazy weather, crazy earthquakes, crazy tsunamis are going to get more intense. Weather craziness. We'll see probably this cold weather last for many of you well into spring, maybe all the way through spring. I said we wouldn't see a spring for some areas last year, and that's what happened. All right. So we may even see it go into summer this time. All right. So you have to be ready for this because, that's where we're moving. The lies that these guys told you, you're going to have to be very flexible in that going forward. So hopefully you're staying, warm. Send love all those people and all those animals, all those plants that need that love right now, and those environments that are getting hammered right now. I guess some places we're starting to see flowering going on, budding, and now that's all frozen away. That's super sad because those trees, once they get hammered like that, they're screwed. So flower bearing, whatever, it's really tough. So we're going to get this back and forth in the weather going forward. Some of you guys are going to be like, Mike, you don't even know what you're talking about. It's like super warm now, wherever you're at, and then it turns, right? So you're going to get extremes in temperatures, extremes in earthquake activity, and extremes in volcanic activity, and extremes in tsunami activity. So it's going to be extreme. And you're going to get extremes in silver and gold. All right. So trust your intuition. Your intuition is your connection to God's source, and you're not in that intuition if you're not in love, right? If you're fearful, if you're listening to me and you're all like, I gotta get in silver. Oh, that's probably still going to help you out, but you might make some bad calls. You might sell something you shouldn't be selling. I don't know. So trust your intuition, stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. It's Mike Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So what is causing the crazy storms all around the world? So record-setting snows, I think 2,000, I heard yesterday. I don't know whether it is today, but yesterday there was over 2,000 records broken in the United States as far as cold and snow and so forth. I think there's a 60-year record that's happening in Russia. And Europe's having crazy snows and so forth. And here it's like all calm. Remember, we had crazy snows very early on. And now here where normally you get a lot of snow, it's been very calm. But let's look at, what's causing these record-setting snows and so forth. Remember, the sun is very active, right? Sending a lot of energy our way, and it's pushing the polar vortexes around, right? So that's what really is going on. So that's just pushing the polar vortexes down. We're actually going to see another storm that may be even worse than the one that is happening right now still. And then there's going to be like crazy lows in a lot of areas, extreme cold, and then another round of storms coming through. And these may push even deeper south. So very interesting. Is it some of it been helped? Like I've talked about, they'll take, these energies and they'll ramp them up. They being the bad guys, the deep state, with HARP and who knows what else, what other kind of crazy technology they have had for thousands of years with the help of ETs. So I don't know. I do know, but we're going to talk about it. And we're also going to talk about are the rioters, yes, and ICE, which is a question mark, targeting people. All right. We know ICE is basically, focused on, in a way, they're targeting, criminals and so forth. But are they starting to target some of the rioters? Because we're finding out the rioters are paid. It's not an organic, protest that's going on. They have a playbook of how they go after people. They protect their group, as we're going to see with one of them going after some people, and we'll talk about that. And are they finding some of these people? I promise you they are. That are, the head. And Carrie Cassidy shared this with my wife today, that she believes some of these people are being targeted. I say yes, they're being targeted because they are ringleaders and they know who they are. And when they see them, they go after them. All right. So that's just my thoughts. I don't know, but it may play out that way. If I was in charge of ICE, and I know this is going to go to another level, and I believe it's starting to go there, I would go after the people that are, the ringleaders in these rioters, and if they're seen, then we go for them. And then these people that are coming online that are saying that, pick up your guns and start killing federal agents, they need to be targeted. All right. I've said that. Like if I'm in combat and I know who's instigating, I know who's paying, I know who is like dealing this stuff out, I'm going after them. Right. Because that's what I do, or that's what I've done in special forces and in the CIA. We cut the head off the snake all the time. And if it grew back, we cut that head off again, just as fast as it grew back. And eventually nobody wanted to be the head of that snake. Right. So that I think that's where we're going to start seeing stuff happen. We're going to start targeting the criminals that are instigating, the head criminals that are instigating this. Right. So like you go after a mafia boss to collapse a criminal organization. That's what we're going to start to see, I believe, with these rioters. Right. So let's jump in. First of all, let's jump into what's going on with the energetics, because it seems like the energetics of the planet and the sun are having an effect on people. How about that? That's the way these things work, isn't it? All right. So let's look at Kilauea volcano and what it's doing. Right. It is it's really getting active.
A dangerous and damaging eruption bursts through the ground at Kilauea. Let's not waste any time and take a live look at the giant lava fountain still shooting up from Halimau crater. Eruption episode 41 began this morning just after 11 o'clock. Fountains peaked around noon at just under 1,600 feet. And as you can see, it's not just lava that's been flying through the air. Volcanic debris is also being thrown not just around Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, but also into nearby communities. And because of that falling debris that you can see and hear, Hawaii County Police have closed Highway 11 in both directions in Puna and Ka'u. Those shutdowns are between mile markers 24 and...
All right. So as you can see, the electrical energy that's coming from the sun is absolutely having an effect. All right. It's really hammering some of these communities. And I guess the lava explosion was one of the highest recorded yet, as tall as the Empire State Building. Right. So very, very significant, volcanic activities. You heard from that one woman. She's lived there for 40 years, never seen anything like it. More is to come. Right. More is to come. And it's going to get more intense as the year goes on. This was my prediction. This last year in December for this year, that we would see, just like I did for the previous year, I said we would have, unbelievable activity, tsunamis, volcanoes, and earthquakes. And sure enough, we did last year. This year will be, as I predicted, will be even more intense. So record-setting last year and another record-setting year this year as well, right? So what is causing it? And is there anything we can do? Well, there's really, there is something we can do. It's called prayer. Literally, there were children that prayed. There's like 1 million children all over the world, and they prayed at the same time, the Maharishi effect. And so they're doing this meditation, and they're sending love to the sun, and the sun reacted, right? So we can have an effect, right? Is someone else with negative intent having an effect on the sun? I think we're in a cyclical period where the sun acts up like this, and it can cause extreme damage to the earth, as we've seen. If you study the real history, cataclysmic events were accepted. This gradualism that was brought in by the deep state, pretty much, is never in history was gradualism accepted. It was always catastrophism because people experienced it. So we're going to experience catastrophism, right? Darwin came in, the origin of the species, and the gradual change of things. That was all deep state having that put in, guys. It's not gradual. We basically can radically, animals, plants, so forth, can radically adapt. It's not like a long-term adaptation. It's usually radical. Something happens, radical change, and then there's a new species or a new type of the old species. So that's what we're literally going through that, humanity, right? So, of course, the deep state is trying to hijack that, and we'll talk about that as well, right? Lots to talk about tonight. And I know you guys like to go down these rabbit holes, so we'll go down a few of them today. All right, so Stefan Burns. So he's like, weather forecasters can't give a forecast beyond 7 days. I can. Now he can look at the sun activity and what it's doing to the earth, like I just described, and give us a forecast long-term out, just like I do as an intuitive. So here's the science behind that.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. We have just observed a major disruption to the polar vortex, sending a bunch of snow and wind and ice, sleet, slush, and more out of the Arctic Circle further south, down into North America, even down into the southern states, into Europe, into the UK, into the far east of Asia, down to Japan. So there's been a tremendous amount of snow. There's been record snowfall in a variety of locations around the globe just over the past week or so. And this is because of the disruption to the polar vortex. We have more volatile climate here on the planet that becomes more and more disrupted. But this isn't a one-time thing. In fact, we just had a really big space weather impact with a G4 geomagnetic storm and also an S4 radiation storm, the strongest in 20 years, which is very likely to keep the disruptions to the polar vortex continuing on for the remainder of winter and into spring. So this is not a one-off event. In fact, I think that we're going to be seeing a...
So that's what I predicted last year, that this winter would last into spring. Now, it won't everywhere, but for a good portion of the globe, it will, right?
lot more volatile weather in the northern hemisphere as a result of this, because these solar protons and ions and alpha particles and more, I'll explain all this as we go, funnel down into the Arctic Circle because that is where the magnetic field cusp is located. So pretty strange that we had the strongest radiation storm in 20 years. And then right during that time frame and immediately afterwards, we saw this massive disruption to the polar vortex. Here we're looking at snow depth for today. Right now, we see that there's tremendous amount of snow across the northern hemisphere, specifically in the high latitude regions. Of course, that makes sense. But we also see it having extended further south than maybe normal. It's not like we had massive blizzards, but this is definitely a pretty big disruption that has come about. We can see our 2-meter temperature anomaly here. We see that we have some really cold temperatures here in Eurasia, for example, Northern Europe, and then also really down into the south there for North America. And you see that we have these high temperature anomalies in areas that are typically cold. That is the disruption to the polar vortex. If you look at our average temperature right here, we see that just in general, there are some frigid temperatures that are active right now on the planet. What is our polar vortex? We can look at that right here. So this is a stable polar vortex. It's a circulation in the atmosphere that goes from the troposphere where we live, the lowest part of the atmosphere that's the most dense, all the way up to the stratosphere. And this is key as it relates to connecting it to space weather and solar storm impacts, because they charge up the ionosphere, and the stratosphere and the ionosphere, they overlap with each other. And if you have a really strong radiation storm, those particles, highly energetic, can pierce further down into the atmosphere, for example, into the stratosphere. So when there's a stable polar vortex, the cold air is contained, and you have this jet stream flowing like this. But when you get a disrupted polar vortex, you see that all of a sudden this jet stream starts to undulate. It's more like a river, kind of flowing and meandering river. It can pinch off and all this stuff. And we have cold air move south. And then you typically will see warmer temperatures in the area where there originally was that stable polar vortex. So,
okay, so like for my area, the west coast of America and into Nevada, as you see the polar vortex pushing down into the southern and eastern and Midwest area, you see the warm air is being pushed up here into the west coast. All right, so that's why we have unusually warm weather here, which is okay by me because I was expecting I saw it coming, but you know, it turned off. And will it come back? I think there's a good possibility we'll get more snow here, but for the moment, we are in some of this massive amounts of snow we got is melting down. It's still icy at night, but during the day we get the sun, which is very strong here in the upper latitudes. Really starts to hit this ice and snow and melt it down a little bit. And then at night, it gets down to the teens and it freezes rock solid again. And then next day, the sun comes out and melts it down a little bit and gets it all wet, and then it freezes again. So slowly but surely, pushing it down, pushing it back until perhaps we get more snow. We do need more snow because although California, for the first time in 25 years, is out of a drought, if we don't have that long-term snow that melts and keeps everything stabilized and all the reservoirs full, even though the California government, which is the most corrupt government in history of California right now, is doing everything it can to let all of that water flow to the sea. If we don't get the snowpack, it's really going to be bad, because these guys are already criminally, letting all this stuff flow into the sea to begin with. And if there's not any to keep at least those reservoirs somewhat full for the remainder of the year, then these guys are going to burn California, which I already predicted. I predicted that California would burn again this year. All right. So, and this may be why, one of the reasons why, or one of the excuses they use to use their directed energy weapons and burn California.
That's what we're seeing right now. This warm air move north. We're seeing this cold air move south, and that's really hitting North America and Europe and Far East Asia there, with Kamchatka seeing record snowfall in 60 years. That's the peninsula for Russia. And then also Japan seeing some really high snowfall. We're seeing a blizzard come into the United Kingdom right now. Wavy jet stream dumps record snowfall on Russia. This was posted back on January 20th, right as this solar storm impact was coming in. So the key thing to keep in mind.
Now, if you've seen some of the videos and the pictures of Russia, some of them are AI, they're over exaggerated. But as you see here, this looks legit. The snow is all the way up to the street light, right? Imagine the street lights in your city or wherever, and the snow level is all the way up to that. So it is pretty significant in Russia right now.
Here is that space weather does not create these weather systems in general. It just will intensify anything that already exists. It'll make it more volatile too overall. So we already had this disruption starting to occur, and then you have this impact. It's only going to make it bigger, more intense. And for a S4 radiation storm, an impact of that level, we're looking at changes not only weeks from now, but also months and even years from now to our radiation environment, our plasmosphere environment surrounding the Earth. So these sort of disruptions are not a one.
Okay, so years from now, disruption. So as I've been predicting, we're going to get colder and colder and colder for the next several years.
We're likely going to see a more unstable polar vortex going forward for the remainder of winter, all the way to spring, and perhaps even into next year. So this could last some time. Russia's Far East is buried by its heaviest snowfall in 60 years as a winter blast swept across Asia. We can look here. Heavy snow and ice impact millions as winter storm sweeps across the United States. 84,000 power outages. I think it's 1 million plus people without power. There have been some casualties, unfortunately. This has been a very significant snowstorm, especially here in the South, where they're not used to this. Tremendous amount of.
All right, so I think you guys get the picture. It is definitely going to be, very challenging for the world going forward with these climate changes that are coming, and not the global warming, that the deep state, they always misdirect, guys. And that's part of their process. They want to keep people off guard. They want to, create chaos. So out of that chaos, they come along, they have the solutions, order out of chaos. And that's what they do. They knew that this was, I've been saying for years, that the global warming was a big fat lie. But still they promoted it. Still people believed in it and brought their electric vehicles and so forth because of it. They built windmills, solar farms, and so forth, which would be pretty much obsolete and useless as things start to get colder and colder and colder. All right. So all the money that would have been better utilized to build, very efficient power plants to generate electricity and warmth and so forth for people, and good power plants that wouldn't be taken down in ice storms, because ice storms are here to stay. and they're going to get worse. So this, non-Tesla technology that we're using right now, we should have Tesla technology. We've seen these technologies utilized in the past. Tartaria, the Russian area, Tartaria. Of course, they want to make Russia look bad. That's one of the things they've been doing. Russia, because they've had these technologies for a long time in Russia. Of course, they have been taken down by the deep state, and all of the technologies, all those beautiful buildings that were built by the Tartarians have been destroyed over the years. Technologies where trains were being radiated energy. That's what Tesla was trying to do. So the Tartarians already had that. Tesla was trying to bring it back. He got stopped out. And now we have power generation that's very inefficient, electrical lines, which are easily, destroyed in, high inclement weather, whether it be hurricanes, whether it be, these ice storms and so forth.
Next major winter storm forming right off the East Coast. This one's going to hit different now. This one's going to pull down a lot of cold temperatures and pull up a lot of moisture from the Gulf and the Atlantic. So wherever this does hit along the East Coast is going to bring a lot of snow, anywhere from 1 to 2 feet or more. So I'm going to show you the latest impacts of what's going on with this winter storm, the possibilities, the cold temperatures coming behind it, and something that we really need to watch out for. Now, the latest update on everybody else as well. Let's do not forget about them, everybody. Over 690,000 homes still without power. And right here along the East Coast is where this storm potentially could hit for the ones that's already without power coming back again to this next storm. The highest being Tennessee so far, 237,000 without power. Mississippi, 130,000 without power. Louisiana, 115,000 without power. Texas, 47,000 without power. Then Kentucky at 38,000. West Virginia, 12. Virginia, 16. North Carolina, 13. South Carolina, 30,000. And Georgia, 21,000. And there's others without power. It just don't.
Now, I'm sure probably just about everybody in this audience has been through, storms or, ice storms or whatever. To be where you've been without power for a long period of time is really a bummer. But you counted on, maybe 1, 2, 3 days, sometimes up to a week, depending on the storm, you were going to get power back. Now, some people might not get power back for quite some time, right?
Meet the criteria of at least 10,000 without power. So we have seen the number get a lot better throughout today, but unfortunately, these cold temperatures are coming crashing down again for tonight. And the latest visuals coming out just from Mississippi alone is just crazy. These videos are from Oxford, Mississippi, and look at the amount of ice, everybody. These videos are down below in the description of this video, so you can go watch it in its entirety. It's crazy how much ice came down. All we're seeing is shots like this of all the ice on the trees and the power lines. Everybody, look at this. This is all northern Mississippi, and other states are looking just like this as well. Now, immediate impacts for tonight, we do have chances for freezing fog for northern Texas. This is for portions of north and central Texas tonight through Tuesday morning. Then again on Tuesday night through Wednesday morning. So you got to watch out for the chances for freezing fog. Now, just starting at chances for minor impacts, you can see here we're already starting at Saturday morning, bringing in chances for at least minor impacts already getting started. As you go through Saturday evening, this grows from Georgia all the way towards the Carolinas and Virginia. So if you're anywhere from Atlanta all the way towards Columbia, Greenville, all the way towards Raleigh, even the East Coast by Richmond, Virginia, be aware this is where the hardest hit of snow could come along. I'm also showing in the Canadian model that it could hit the precip a little bit further towards the south. So we must keep every possibility in order for right now. And showing as we go through Sunday morning, through Sunday evening, still staying right along the Carolinas, but quickly going offshore. Your chances for this going towards the northeast, lessens. So your biggest chance for snow is going to be from Georgia going towards Virginia, and then maybe across the Delmarva and some of New Jersey. Now, this will update. This is the information that we have as of right now. Now, another factor we need to look at is our data. So when we look at the Arctic Oscillation, you see that cold air coming through, but still showing is coming right back again as we go into possibly next weekend. And when you look at your NAO, your North Atlantic Oscillation, showing that we're going to be in a continuous blocking pattern as it stays in that negative. This will keep all the cold air bottling towards the central, the southern, and the eastern U.S.
All right. So that's the predictive models, but that's not the intuitive models. The intuitive models have it going like you heard from the science expert, Stefan Burns, that this is going to go into spring like I predicted it last year, that it would go into the spring and there would probably be any spring. And for a lot of places in the United States, there wasn't. Now, this year, for some places, there won't be a spring again. And it may even go into some of the summer this time. So remember, it's going to gradually, continually get worse and worse and worse. And, the globalists and so forth. And then there's people that don't want to sensationalize and don't want to get you scared. I say, give me the facts so I can deal with it, right? But, you're not going to get that from the mainstream, and you're absolutely not going to get that. You're going to get lies from the globalists, and they continue to have some power within the press, within the media, of course, and they're going to continue their lies. But we are going to give you the best information going forward, so you can make your plans and use your intuition to guide yourself. All right. So yeah, it's going to be continually challenging, not just with the weather, but with earthquake activity. I don't know about the hurricanes. Seemed like they kept the hurricanes out this last year. Will they return this next year? I haven't seen them. I haven't seen it yet, but once we get closer, then I'll start to try and get those predictions, because predictions last year were accurate as far as like the intensity of the hurricanes that I saw, which we had 3 of them, which I predicted that were above Cat 5. And fortunately, none of them hit the mainland. All right. So they all went out to sea. And I talked about how I said, why doesn't somebody go out there and get those big tankers and cargo ships that have been converted into creating these storms and take them down? And I was thinking that the Special Forces guys would do that. And we didn't have those storms hit the United States. How about that? So like I said, we can't inform and we can't get the information out that will, help transform our consciousness, transform humanity into something better. But we have to be ahead, and we have to work together. Now, there's still a lot of people out there that want to come in and play analytical, stupid games and, discount this because it's beyond their comprehension that someone could actually look into the future and see things. So there are those of us that can, and actually every one of you can. And I think more and more of you are starting to tap into that. So that's the promise that we have going forward, that all of us will have these possibilities. Once you're able to see these things, then you'll be like, well, I can see them. Can I have an effect on them? Oh yeah, that's next level, right? So, continually, I've been sharing this for many years. I think a lot of you are starting to pick up on it. That's the way it was for me for different things, right? Not the weather. No one really ever, went into the weather like this with me. I just naturally did it. I don't know why, but I did. So it is moving the right direction. The weather, as far as consciousness, is one of the greatest things that we can have an impact on. All right. It's very easy for human consciousness to have an effect on. I guess because there's more grounding that we have, where our consciousness, once it connects with the frequencies of weather and so forth, even if they're being manipulated, we can have somewhat, if we work together, an impact on it. Now, other things we can also have an impact on. And I've been talking about that for years as well. And that's sending love to the baddies, right? Their frequencies are not at the love vibrational frequencies. They're in fear, they're in anger. They love chaos, like we talk about. They get off on it. They're psychopaths, right? And some of them are hybrids, from other species, which are very negative. So they don't like the rest of us humans, and every chance they get to, and we'll, like I said, I'm going to continually inform about that. There's a lot of people talk about it now. We couldn't talk about it before, and if you did, you got in trouble or you got killed. Right? So now we're actually able to get more of this information out. So that's good. All right. So the next one, we're going to go into James O'Keefe reveals shocking details of army of anti-ICE agitators who have taken over Minnesota. And he's on the Megyn Kelly show. Nino Rodriguez was, putting out a post where he said, say prayers for, James O'Keefe, because he put out a post where, he had agitators who are trying to kill him. Well, you're going to see. That was a fact. And so I'm going to break this down. There's more information in this. We have Kash Patel that's talking about how they're finding funders of these. So imagine that. If you're finding the funders and you take the funders down, this might stop it out in other places. So this is a good thing. We're moving in the right direction, guys.
All this over the weekend. Tell us about your experience.
Hey, Megan. I was actually in Minnesota for a different reason on Friday and Saturday morning, and I was in undercover journalism, doing some undercover journalism, and I was there when the shots were fired. Just absolute coincidence. So I walked over to the location in what appeared to be like the suburbs of Minnesota, a relatively nice neighborhood. People need to understand that what's so shocking to me is that this is not like a bad neighborhood. This is just a suburban place. And this is before the autonomous zone was formed. I don't know, about 11, 12 a.m. I was walking. We parked our vehicle, got out of our vehicle. We did
Okay, so in another autonomous zone, just like they did in Seattle back in 2019 when the George Floyd riots were raging, right? It was basically they cordoned off an area of Seattle, had stores and so forth. They were keeping people from moving in and out of there if they didn't like them. That's what they're doing again here in Minneapolis, doing the same thing. They've set up roadblocks, they cordon off streets. They set up in these areas. There were rapes and murders within this zone that they created. And then eventually Trump's like, I'm going to send in the military unless you clean it up. And then of course, the governor and the mayor finally cleaned it up, but not until after it had been set up for a long period of time. So I think they set this up yesterday, and we'll see how long this is going to last.
undercover people in the mob. But what was striking to me is right when I parked my vehicle, as soon as I got out, it's negative 12 degrees. So every part of your skin is completely covered. They can't identify you. Immediately, 5 women who are white began interrogating me and asking me who I am and what my identity is. I've never experienced anything quite like this. I actually told.
All right. So obviously information is being passed. So somebody, as James O'Keefe or one of the other groups is going to talk about, is they were followed by press, by I forget which press organization, Reuters or something, and when they started to do stuff, it seems like these agitators, as he's calling them, these are people that are paid to be here, guys. This is a paid, organized, very highly organized, very They've been schooled, they've been taught, they've been informed. They all, are on the same sheet of music. There's basically documents that are starting to be shared where they have these documents that basically tell them how to work together, what to do in this case, what to do in that case. And it sounds like this is a playbook that they were taught when it comes to James O'Keefe. And, he had security and all this kind of stuff. They took a knife away from his, former Marine security guy. I was like, what? And I think he said his gun was back in the car or something. I'm like, what kind of security guy is this? But anyway, it is, you're going to see, they're going to show how they attacked him. And man, if I was a security guy and they started, throwing, so I'm not going down there because I'd be blowing people away. Right. And I don't know how, I even said in a post, I was like, you shouldn't be rolling unless you're ready to throw down. All right. You go in a situation like that, you're basically almost surrendering your life. These people are highly trained. They're very motivated and they are ready to throw down. Right. As you're going to hear.
When I was press and they proceed, it was almost like they were going to do a citizen's arrest on me unless I identified myself, showed them my ID. So I told them, I'm
James, forgive me.
Yeah.
You guys have given us a couple of videos exclusive to you. People can check them out at your website. So we'll play a couple of them as you tell the story. And there is one of the moment I think you're referring to where they're demanding you show your press badge in SOT 9A. Here it is.
These guys are not press. I looked up OK Media. It's from Portugal. They're not from Portugal.
All right. See, she already looked it up. Boom. He's trying to pose as somebody from Portugal. He's all covered up, as you guys can see, so they can't recognize him because it's super cold there. Everybody's covered up. You have skin out there. You're going to it's going to get frozen pretty quick. It's -15 or some ridiculous. So these are the outside force. All right. And they're trained to do certain things, which they're doing right here, to recognize anyone that could come, that could get information about their activities. Right. So somebody, like I said, within the press or some of their people on another level, again, outside of that, are watching. Right. And so they probably recognized him or didn't recognize him. And then these guys very quickly approached him. So you're seeing they have zones going out. This is extremely well organized. They are ready to do war against America, guys. And I've been talking about this for years.
And none of their work is political at all.
So
keep going, James.
So we'll tell the story about a sequence. But what happened there is they started yelling shame, 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 and again, this is not yet even an autonomous zone. I'm somewhere a mile away from the shoot.
Okay, so they have their code words. Shame, shame, shame is an indicator probably to those in other zones that there are people from the press that's not from the press, that's part of their press on their side, right? This is a press that's not part of us, and they could be a threat or a danger to our activities.
They followed us to our car. They started throwing things at us. Now remember, -12 degrees, a bottle of water will freeze in like 20, 30 seconds. And it's a weapon. And they started throwing objects at me and my security guard. In fact, they actually patted my security guard down. They are the authority. I've never experienced anything like this. I mean, if you have a gun, what are you gonna do? Fire it at them? I mean, that's not gonna work. So they confiscated the weapon off of my Marine security detail.
All right, now flip the script. Flip the script at the one guy that got shot yesterday. Right? So you have, zones, the ICE, they have zones, they recognize people. This guy that got shot yesterday was recognized, I believe, as part of an organizer of these riots and criminals and so forth that are highly paid to do these do these riots. So what we're seeing is a reverse, I believe, where you're going to see ICE agents are going to target some of their people. And I think that's what happened yesterday. They tried to take him down. It looked like to me that he was trying to draw a gun. Looks like it might have gotten away from him, but they still shot him. I don't know. I've seen, different clips and so forth. I wasn't there. I'm not going to say, what these guys are doing, but it does appear to me that they targeted this guy, right? I don't know if he was doing anything wrong or if he was actually, instigating something. So that's where we're at now. Regardless, if he comes to, one of these events, yes, everyone has, the right to carry if you have the qualifications, concealed carry permit. I'm going to assume that he did. I don't know that, but once you start to interfere with law enforcement and you have a weapon, that's a felony and you're a threat to them. So regardless, he was in the wrong. So if you got shot and you got killed, it's sending a message, isn't it? They're going to try and play this as they're doing, like they did the one with the woman tried to run over the one, ICE agent or Border Patrol, whoever that was. And she got shot. You remember the video of her and she's like all innocent, like, oh, after she'd been, getting in the way and following them and impeding them and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, get out of the car, we're going to arrest you pretty much. And she's like, and her partner was like, what are you going to do, tough guy? Like, what are you trying to start a fight with a man? So anyway, this is what we're up against. So for me in this situation, what I want to do is I want to let them know that if you want to F around, you're going to find out, and I'm gonna hammer down so friggin' bad. And that's what we would do in special forces. We would find the head of the enemy and we would hammer it, right? And it's like, okay, who else? And then we'd hammer it again. So over and over again until no one wants to volunteer to be leader, right? So that's what needs to start happening. The war is on. So you're going to see these guys trying, like they're doing right now. What side do you want to win? It's kind of the same thing that Tim Wall said. What side do you want to win? He tried to play it off as, his people and the people that are rioting are good. He's like, I'm so proud of the people of Wisconsin that are standing up, Minneapolis, that are standing up to these, illegal ICE agents or whatever, No, this is Civil War type stuff. That's insurrection talk, right? So we're in a war with these people, right? So do you want the law abiding, citizens to be protected and have law enforcement come in and take down the criminals and take them out of the street? And in the meantime, you have these other criminals. They're criminals because they're impeding law enforcement. They should all just be arrested. They should just come in with massive numbers of buses and just arrest all these people. If 50,000, arrest all of them, put them in jail, put them in a stadium somewhere and let them rot there. Right. And then slowly, methodically go through all of them, find out, who's being paid. And if they're being paid, then they go to jail, right? All of them that are being paid, which is all of them pretty much, guys, right? There's probably very, very little organic activity here. Now we're already starting to see some of these people are arming with long guns and body armor and gas masks in locations. And they're saying, oh, we're just security for our neighborhood, right? So things are getting ready to go big. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. And when it does, then things are going to get hot and heavy. I think that, they should already have military in here. I think they should just come in and clear that zone out, just like, the Seattle thing started. This should be like, all right, they did the same thing, so let's send in the troops, right? And just clear them out, and just take them all into custody, sort them all out. Oh, you're organic, you actually live here, and you're just a dumbass. Go home. Don't do it again. We see you again. We're going to arrest you. We're going to put you away for a while, right? And then the people are being paid. Arrest them, put them in prison for a long time, years, right? So they can't do this anymore. So this is the way it should be going. I don't know if at some point it's going to go that direction, but I'm telling you right now, if it doesn't start, then there's going to be lots of them. They're going to be filled.
Followed us to our.
Wait, a gun?
Well, he left his gun in the car, but he had like a knife or something on him, and they.
What the frick kind of security guy is that? What the hell?
Confiscated. They patted him down, like they're the police. Now the police in Minnesota have left. The police have left this area completely. So you're completely on your own, and I'm shaken, Megan. You had me on to talk about my film Line in the Sand. I've ambushed the cartel. They run away from me. They don't like the cameras. These people will kill you. I've never quite experienced, like, I guess I would call it communism up close. Like, I've never experienced anything like this. So we go to the car and they start throwing projectiles at us, rocks, ice bottles, what appeared to be a knife. I'm still going through all the footage. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. You saw it in the video. It was terrifying. And we have a couple clips we've given you, but I'm honestly a little bit shaken. I wouldn't say I'm scared, but I'm shaken. And I guess we'll unpack all this. But what struck me is how organized these people are. Every car.
Hold the thought on the organization, because I do want to get into that. Let me show the audience a little bit of what you were subjected to. Let's hear SOT 10A and 10B together.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying, and the reason why is because there's no one there to help. Like, there's no police. The police have stood down. I mean, and you tell them they're press. We have more footage. They'll kill you. They don't care. Anybody who's not them is their enemy. If you are a journalist, you're a Fed. And I was trying to reason with them, Megan. I was trying to talk to them rationally. Like, I'm not here. I'm not taking a position for or against ICE. I'm a reporter. They said they'll kill me. So that was kind of.
So no, again, just be aware. They have press on their side. They know who they are.
Perhaps a glimpse into the future, I suppose, of what we're up against. There's more to the story here. I can tell you what happened next. We try to go back to our hotel, Megan. We're staying downtown. And the person at the hotel signals to one of them. And we then realize that we're in danger. We have to leave our hotel. So we go to a second hotel. And we got someone.
What? What do you mean he signaled? He told them that you were staying there?
Yeah. Yeah. These people have spotters everywhere. They have spotters in every street corner. They have people working at the hotels. They somehow got our license plate, rental car. My driver.
So this is pretty much the CIA playbook, guys. When I was in the CIA, we would pay street vendors, we would pay hobos, or people that acted like hobos because they get paid well. They weren't hobos, but they would, if we told them what to look for, and then we gave them a burner phone, and if they saw certain things, they would call the number and report, and then that was it for that phone. So then we would meet them again later and give them another phone and give them more information of what to look for. But it's the same playbook. It's the same playbook. So these guys are, as you're hearing, very highly organized in multiple levels going outward, even all the way to the hotels. Remember, there was like a Hilton Garden Inn, I believe, that was, telling ICE agents that they had to get out. And then the Hilton organization said, yeah, we called them and fixed that. And then there were, I don't know, the Shirley guy or whatever went down to check it out. And Nick Shirley, I don't know if it was Nick Shirley